Wide at 6 a.m. Eastern. Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Attention, BRN affiliates. Showtime in 90 seconds. Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
We're gonna break down a little bit. I'm not gonna break down the Packers game. The Packers played. I'm not.
I mean, Aaron Jones scored. I mean, that's a big.
Well, listen, they got Aaron Jones back.
Yeah.
So they got a little bit of a chance, but they're just. I just can't wait for them when the Bucks travel to Green Bay, the Battle of the Ass Buckets. I literally can't even wrap my head around.
The Battle of the Bays, like it used to be.
Yeah, but it's going to be the Battle of the Bay of Pigs. I don't know. I
mean, You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
If you take Alexa, which I like to keep her potted up, because she can just blurt off a question to you and then she's potted up, and you don't have to turn her on. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mics up, a 7th in the couch when Jay gets here, and then an 8th with Alexa. 8 pots for 8 schmarmy-ass numbnuts to chime in and try to railroad and or squirrel me. I was talking to this dude yesterday. I'm not going to mention his name because he doesn't want to be named because he works. He's one of my. I'll just tell you this. He's one of my high school. He's one of my friends from high school that I went to high school with. And he's
not
got
Larry Plummer.
No, it's not Larry Plummer. No, I can talk about Larry Plummer. He's the Warsaw City Parks Department. You know, he is the manager of the parks. He's the superintendent. He's the Warsaw, Indiana park supervisor. You know what I'm saying? He runs all the parks. And he's got a crew of like 20 dudes that, you know, lawnmower and pick up leaves and winterize the pier and pick up the trash on the beach and play and make sure the playground equipment's okay. Like, you know, like Dan, like they have to go. If you're a municipality and you have a playground, you have to go every 30 days. You have to send a crew out there that have been trained on playground equipment, and they have to go through each piece of equipment. They have to swing on it, and then they have to go down the slide.
Really?
Yes.
That makes sense, but I've never witnessed it, and I don't know if Florida has that same kind of rule. Because I mean, I see some dilapidated stuff in these parks.
When they do it, they usually do it. When they do it, they usually do it like an early Sunday morning. Mm-hmm. They'll send the guys out on the weekend.
Just tighten all the bolts?
Well, they not only, but you know, to make sure that like there's not a little snag in the slide that somebody would cut themselves. Mm-hmm. Like then they have a form that they have to check out so that, like, let's say Dan, little Johnny, you know, hurts himself on the equipment, and big ass slinging JD Acco thinks he's going to roll right up in there and get a big whippy yippee-o. And Larry Plummer goes, just 30 days, I had a certified equipment manager, you know, certify this. Now, it doesn't make the problem go away, but it certainly helps the city's position, right?
Yeah, they have their own like checklist. The county has it here.
Like Dan is like, as an attorney, Dan, you would
say, well, yeah, you were maintaining it on a regular basis, so there's no like, you know, it wasn't an egregious crime.
Right.
You wouldn't say, you know, to be like
it wasn't from
damages.
Neglect.
Right.
It just, and listen, your city's still going to get sued. Little Johnny still broke his arm. The Jay's still going to get, but it's not going to be near the payday that it could have been, because if you could have gotten neglect in there.
Right.
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 So yeah. So anyway, yeah, I got several friends that I keep in touch with. Like, you know, like for instance, Sumo in Columbus, Indiana. He doesn't care that I blurt out that he's you know, builds go-kart motors for a living. Like, you know,
the best.
Yeah. Is he the best or what? Yeah. He is, man. So anyway, like, Sumo don't care about that. Gooch doesn't care that he's, you know, Tony Stewart's #1 employee. He's actually Gooch, our good friend from Columbus, Indiana, which was Tony's bus driver and then Tony's gas man. Let me, what are you doing? Shuffling papers and stuff, like getting me all like, what are you doing?
I was looking for in case you came to me for the Columbus, Indiana.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. But I thought you should have that in the Bible ready to go, and you shouldn't have to reach for it, buddy.
Well, I keep the really important stuff on the desk now.
Oh, okay.
So
Thanks.
It doesn't take me long.
I feel as if I've been squirreled for my initial heat, so no problem.
Sorry.
So anyway, like, you know, Gooch doesn't have a problem with me, you know, blurting out that he's Tony Stewart racing employee #1, and that he used to drive Tony's bus, and he'd be as his gas man. Now he just does various duties around the farm, and also, you know, when Tony owned the All-Star Sprint cars, he pretty much ran that as well. But I have this one guy who listens to this show who, Lummy, I hadn't seen for 40 years.
Whoa, really?
Until we did the Warsaw Football Alumni Night.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that?
Yep.
This guy was a year ahead of me. Stud. Absolute. In fact, he went on a full ride scholarship to some Division II school.
Really?
Absolute stud. Linebacker, guard. He's just a stud. Like, let me, when I was a junior and he was a senior, and we'd be like lining up for the Oklahoma drill, and I had him, I'd be like, oh, yeah. God, I got him. He's going to either, 1, kick my ass, or 2, I'm going to get a decent little something on him, but I'm not going to be able to get him out of the spot. He's going to tackle the running back.
Yeah, there's no chance that you're going to be able to stop him.
Yeah, I wasn't going to be able to get by. No. So I met him at the reunion, and we've kept in touch, and so oddly enough, he gets a hold of me yesterday and said, hey, because of our Facebook feed because, all boomers are on Facebook.
They
right?
sure are.
You guys wouldn't believe what Facebook has done for us, man. There's a lot of people like Julie Bernal and a lot of people from my hometown that didn't know about where I was, what I did, even what kind of show I did back in the day until we started putting up on Facebook. Then you start getting all these boomers. So my buddy, I'm not going to mention his name because he still works for a school system. He's an administrator for a school system. And he doesn't necessarily want me mentioning his name. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I think that's fair.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, I don't want the heat because sometimes. But he just started listening to the show 2 months ago. He didn't know. He doesn't know anything about the Sirius XM days. He doesn't know anything about the 98 Rock days. He doesn't know anything about the Power Pig days. He doesn't know anything about anything. He just knows about this show that he's been exposed to now for, a little over 60 days. And so he texted me yesterday and said, I just want to let you know, I got about a 45-minute drive to work, and I always have had that. And I've always been kind of like a Bob and Tom or just whatever local morning shows doing whatever, He goes, but man, I really enjoy and he said, not that it said, it doesn't have any bearing that I know you, that, like you're my friend. We played football together. We're boys. He said, but you have a very, very good show. You got a very balanced show. It seems like you're not too one way or the other, and when you start going one way, then you kind of bring it back the other. It seems like you seem you're at least fair about everything. And here's a guy, a 50-some-year-old guy that really, really, really enjoys the show and has become a fan. Like, man, just think about how I think Anna even said a few days ago, the show is just so good. The show's just so good. Like, we don't get near the credit as to how good the show really is. I mean, who in the hell could be calling me at this time of the morning?
Yeah, no kidding.
Probably some Mark.
Neil Mount Plaisir 20 on the Venmo.
Jesus. We're the only show that tells people, please do not call us. You're screwing up my vibe. Hello, who's this?
Hey, top of the morning, Bubba.
Hey.
So back in your series,
first of all, you didn't answer my question. Who is this?
Oh, my name is James. I'm a first-time caller.
Okay.
The only reason I'm calling you is back in your Sirius XM days, you mentioned a night at
Did you guys see my little Band-Aid there? I cut myself shaving this morning. Yeah, like Nelly. Look like Nelly.
And Howard had won some kind of an award.
To me now.
Hurry up and take a puff, faster to me now.
Going down, baby.
All right. So anyway, I was on Howard. I was on Howard 101, and I mentioned what, buddy?
You guys, there was an award show, and you and another DJ, Howard didn't show up for the award, so you and that DJ went up and destroyed the award.
Why? Yeah. Did I ever talk about that on the air?
Yeah, that's. I wouldn't be bugging you, Bubba, because that would be dumb to be bugging you over something.
You might have to go to the new Bubba Army deal and do a search on that deal because it's got an unbelievable search engine.
Yeah, yes.
Do a search engine. Right. Bubba talks about destroying Howard's award or something like that. What did I say?
Well,
do you have any? Do you have like a date that I talked about that? Because I did do that, and it's not a wonder Howard's not still mad at me about that.
Well, but hold up. The reason I'm calling is that DJ that you did that with was my uncle.
Oh,
it was Moby.
Yeah, Moby. Yeah, I remember him. Big fat guy.
Moby passed away a month ago.
Oh, so sorry.
So that's why I'm calling.
Now, where was Moby? Moby was a personality out of New York, wasn't he? Like PLJ or something.
Negative. He was in Houston, Dallas. He was actually in Tampa for a little while.
Yeah, but I ran him out of town because nobody's better than me. I'm the king of Tampa. Please.
He retired in Atlanta.
Well, nobody really retires from radio. They just, you just get people just stop listening to you. Nobody in radio wants to really just stop. It's like, hey, I don't want to have a show anymore. Like,
I'm too old to talk.
Yeah, please. I mean, Paul Harvey, they used to literally wheel in there in a wheelchair, prop his mic up. He'd have his spit rag there and everything. He'd be like, "Good day, Paul Harvey."
Well, yeah, but he was in Atlanta.
So Moby
hung
passed
up
away.
in
How old was Moby?
69.
69. And did he should? I mean, that's kind of a young age. That's kind of on the younger side of passing away. Or did he smoke? Was he fat? Did he drink? What?
Well, you already know he was fat.
Well, I know, but I'm fat, and I tell you one thing. I'm gonna blow past 69. I'll tell you that right now.
69's in your rearview mirror.
Shit, yeah, I'm telling you. I'm just telling you. 69 ain't nothing, buddy. I'm almost there now. I'll make 69 my bitch.
Yep.
He was a drinker, not a smoker.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's gonna bring. I mean, like I'll probably outlive Lummy because of that.
All right, but man, I'm sorry.
All right, so Moby. Now, I never really went on and really told much about that story or anything. Did Moby really? But was that really Moby's big story to tell? Hey, me and Bubba the Love Sponge. Actually, I wiped my ass with it and threw it down on the ground.
Well,
and I have profusely apologized to Howard thereof.
When I heard the story when you were on 101. I called him, and I'm like, hey, dude, does this really, go down the way Bubba said? And he goes, I have a picture from that night sitting right here on my desk.
Do you still got that pic? Do you still got that picture, Moby's cousin?
I'm sure his son does. I don't, but
I'd like, if you could track that down, I'd like to have it.
I will see if I can get his wife.
I'll send you how big of a fellow are you, buddy?
6'3", 300.
Yeah, so like a triple X maybe?
Wow.
Yeah.
I'd send you a triple X brand new Bub Army QR code T-shirt if you got me that picture.
Let me get a hold of his wife in a couple hours, and I'll see what I can pull.
All right, buddy. Appreciate your call.
You have a great day,
You
Bubba.
too. Thanks. Phones are going on hold. Boom. Thanks. Let me see. Let's make sure that line is cleared. I mean, I really don't think other radio personalities do that.
No, I don't think so.
I'm so important, and my stuff is so much more funnier than your stuff that I'm going to put you guys on hold. It's a hard timeout. Sorry. Lummy, today at 9, we'll have Paul in studio from the Orange County Chopper franchise. I mean, I think like the main dude, like the guy that
Paul
started.
Senior.
Yeah, the guy that started it all.
He's awesome.
Yeah, he is. He's quite the tyrant.
Yeah, I love him. I love the way he cuts promos.
I love when he gets in his tank top all jacked up, and I know
he's got some arms, doesn't he?
Well, here's the deal too. I'm gonna get on Paul a little bit. I'll be like, Paul, off camera, tell me, man, you didn't have one of those rubber band gyms and you were pumping it up before you right before you went on. Now, come on, P.
Vascular.
Come on, P. We got him at 9 o'clock talking about of course, Orange County Chopper off of, is that 49th Street, Lummy?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, off of 49th Street.
Yep.
Beautiful facility. Oh, my God. And then there's a bike fest that's going on in St. Pete this weekend,
No,
right?
next weekend.
Next weekend.
Yep.
And I'm like, is he like the grand marshal of the whole deal?
Yeah, they're like bringing out a new bike, and he's
fantastic.
Yeah.
I got a hard out today at 11:15, 11:20. Hard out, like out. I got to be somewhere in Pinellas at 11:45.
Yeah, me and Macho have to be done by 11.
Why?
We have a training session.
Yeah, that's right. We have a training. Yeah, we're doing.
Well, like.
No, not
sensitivity training.
No, like learn how to run a whole new website training.
Oh,
yeah. So yeah, Lummy. Now make sure you're taking notes on that, Lummy. And Lummy. Yesterday you were a smart guy. Can you be a smart guy again today?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Now I can't be at that meeting, and I don't think I should be required to be at most of those meetings. I can't.
Yeah, this is just a training. You don't need to be there.
Right.
Yeah.
Tomorrow we're gonna try something new. We're going to have, as soon as the show's over, Lummy and Red are going to start the Lummy Sports Show. And Lummy, so, that'll be a 10-20 deal.
Yes.
Okay, so Anna, you can blast out of here a little bit earlier tomorrow because it's going to be, I'm not even going to be here. So don't get all clingy thinking that,
I would never insist I stay on a sports show, please.
No, I know. But what I'm saying is, if there is usually an after show, you want to know why you need to be told why you cannot be on it.
Yes.
Right. Well, when I'm not even going to be on it, that should show you that it's,
Bubba, this was my idea.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
All right. Perfect. Thanks.
He forgot.
Lummy, I brought my hair dye and my cape and my shears today. I figured today, because we kind of have a hard out, we could just make it Bubba. We could just do Bubba Sassoon. Now, are you ready for? I think you're ready for a trim because you're looking real great.
Looks ready.
Yeah, and fluffy.
Yes.
You look great. Yeah. And let me be honest with you. I don't know what your actual weight is, but when you trim your beard, it makes you look thinner too.
Yes, of course.
So
thank you.
You know, and your wife now trusts me that I'm never going to Rosie O'Donnell you.
No.
Like Rosie O'Donnell with a 5 o'clock shadow, because I got my Manscaped beard trimmer deal, and you're a 7. It's like your beard's a 7.5 and your mustache is a 7. So I never have to worry about any guards or anything like that. I know your numbers.
Yes.
And then I bring my little one in to get your mustache real nice. Then we'll throw a little dye on there, and you look like $1 million. Are you good with that, buddy?
100%. Thank you.
No problem. Tampa police yesterday. Oh, here we go. Released additional video? Are these people that they're looking for?
Yeah, people of interest.
People that
persons of interest.
Now they got they did get.
And notice a common denominator.
Yeah,
what's that?
They did get the shooter. They got him.
Well, I think there were several shooters.
Yeah, I don't think he was the only one.
So this happened last weekend in this entertainment district of Tampa, Florida, called Ybor City. And for a year, I mean, what was the first year? My beach club was down there in '94. Well, I mean, I think I might have been on the early tip of it, but I think it'd been around. I think it'd been around for maybe 5 or 6 years before that. Dan, you're a true Tampa historian. I didn't get here until '92. When did Ybor? When did Frankie's Patio? Frankie's Patio was
way in the '80s.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. But it grew really hard in the 90s, and it went from, property values probably tripled in the 90s because it really exploded.
Well, but also Frankie's Patio, I think, grew too, didn't it?
Everything grew. Everything grew. They started putting these bigger clubs in there, and then in the early 2000s, they did that sort of that little entertainment section off of 7th.
Right,
trying to get movie theaters and people to go there during the day,
which has been pretty. It's been decent.
Plus minus.
Yeah.
It didn't hurt. It just didn't. It didn't explode because of it.
Ybor City, man, it ran hard until the early 2000s, and then the early 2000s, man, they're like, we need to back this off a notch and turn it into a destination point, Central Ybor, where it's got some like a couple movie theaters and a couple upper end dining places and a comedy club and things like that. Things that don't necessarily bring the 22-year-old hoochie mama with the 24-year-old thug to come in and dance.
It seems like it's still that.
But it seemed like Buckhorn made it a little bit more conservative for a while and stiffened the rules and the police presence.
Yeah.
And then over the last 6 years or so, it's just deteriorated.
Well, Jane Castor's rolled in, and she's let the thugs.
And Pam.
Well, I mean, Pam Cast. No.
Pam Iorio first.
Pam Iorio first, but then Jane Castor, our lovely mayor, has, I don't know, her being a former police officer, you think that she would be a little tougher on crime, don't you think?
Yep.
However, she has let Ybor City turn into, I mean, quite frankly, I hope I don't get mad. Hope I don't get in trouble, but it's a thug fest. And if you just look at this still picture of when I used to own a club at Ybor and would walk the streets, this isn't the type of people you would see. I'm just going to leave it at that.
This happened to Buckhead in Atlanta in the 90s.
So these are the people that they are trying to find. And I can just tell you right now,
they all look like they're between 5'8" and 5'11".
Look at this guy. This guy, he's Cotton Eye Joe.
He's not even circled.
Yeah, hold on. He's not even circled.
Well, he's not a person of interest.
I think if you were...
all those guys look like, older teenagers.
Bunch of thugs. Listen, for you black guys out there, can I give you hold on, can I give you a hint?
Don't shoot anyone?
No, just wear a cowboy hat, and they won't. This black guy right here, he's as black as and he looks like the rest of these dudes, but he's got himself a cowboy hat. So on the police man, he ain't got a cowboy hat, man.
I think it could just possibly be like he didn't commit the crime.
Well, or maybe we're profiling with guys with dreads and the guys with the cowboy hats, right?
Yeah.
Well, the guys with the cowboy hats look innocent.
Yeah, they do. And so this is.
There's people walking with them that are not circled.
Now, but hold on. Just look at the humanity. Just look at the absolute humanity. Like you don't see anybody that looks like Dan and his wife there for dinner, and a couple.
It's 3 a.m. on Halloween. Of course, it's going to be a bunch of young people.
This guy he's white now. I can tell you that guy's up to no good. Now, is that a gun? Is that supposedly?
I think this is the aftermath, maybe.
Looks like a gun in his hoodie, doesn't it?
Yeah,
he's got his hand on his gun.
This dude here, Wheelchair Willie, he's trying to tell you what happened.
He's been shot.
Oh.
Yeah, that guy's got a gun. Now, this is what I don't understand. Let me rewind this a little bit here. If you're a police officer, and I know that there is a lot of them down in Ybor City, and this is, again, the entertainment district of Tampa, Florida. Don't mean to be too Tampa specific, but we had a shooting over the weekend where how many people died? 8?
Well, it depends who you ask.
Okay, well.
Publicly it says 2, but I heard 7, so I don't know.
Yeah, I've heard.
Well, the number would jump from 2 to 7?
Well apparently. Go ahead, Lemmy.
Oh, no, I was going to say. That's,
oh, no. I was going to say.
That's Anna's inside source.
Yeah, it's my inside source said 7.
7 people died from that shooting?
I don't know if that's confirmed. That's certainly not confirmed.
That's Donna's journalistic inside source. Say it, Anna.
It's my journalistic inside source.
Saying that potentially the number may not be 2, that the media is trying to get you to believe in. It could be, she's heard from her media inside source, potentially 7.
I know a bouncer that was at Prana when this happened, and it happened right outside of Prana.
And
to the point where when the shooting started happening, they started locking people out because people were trying to get back in to hide from the shooters, and they didn't know if they were one of the shooters, so they had to protect the people that were in the club, in the staff and whatnot. So he felt really bad because people were just like banging on the door, please let us in. He's like, no.
It's like the zombie apocalypse when you have like people outside and you're like, sorry, dude.
Yeah. And he worked the following weekend, and he worked because this happened a couple days before Halloween, and a bunch of people came out on Halloween. He was super surprised, and he was talking to cops, and the cops told him that there were actually 7 bodies.
But I mean,
not 2.
If you own a business, if you own Prana, then you absolutely, it may be the mean thing, but that's the right call. And the fact that if you hear shooting outside and you don't want those shooters to potentially,
and you don't know who those shooters are.
And you don't know who the shooters are, and there's a mad rush.
Bunch of people screaming.
To try to get in your club. Well, you know one thing. The shooting did not come from inside my club.
Right.
2, if I lock the doors, then the shooter, whoever it is not going to get inside my club and shoot the people that are inside my club.
And you have a duty to protect those people.
So, yeah, and the people that are trying to get in, they're not patrons. They haven't, stood in line.
They just left because it happened around 2:45 a.m. So the lights were on, people were leaving, but there were still people in the club. The staff was still there.
You get the lingerers. You literally, they turn the lights on at 2:45.
Yeah.
But it takes like literally 15 or 20 minutes for you to get all the lingerers and all the guys trying to get that last minute big thick booty and all. Everybody's closing
up their tabs.
Everybody's cutting their deals. Right, Dan, figuring out where they're going to go. Are we going to go to breakfast? Or are we going to go to this house? Are we going to go to that house?
Mm-hmm.
And so if you're a police officer, which I guess our lovely mayor, Jane Castor, supposedly says that we have a ton of police presence down there, how do you not profile this guy? How do you not?
Because you can't anymore, because everyone's so worried about violating civil rights at the expense of the safety of the public. And
how
so
do you not profile
here's how you
that
fix
dude?
it. Here's how you fix it. You set up a perimeter like they have in the past for things like Guava,
and everybody gets frisked,
and everyone goes through a metal detector.
Yeah.
And if it beeps, you get frisked. And I'd check IDs. If you're not 16 or whatever the age is, you're not allowed here. You shouldn't be having 14-year-olds roaming the street at 2:45 a.m.
Right.
There should be someone stopping that.
Right. There should be. You should have to be 16 and above to get in.
But we're too afraid to say no to anyone.
Why 16? Why not 18? Because
whatever the number is. I don't know what the right number is. I don't know what the curfew age is.
No minors.
I'd make it, Dan, I'd just make it 18 and up. 18 and up. If everybody that's in this
like 7th Avenue.
Right. Everybody that's in this, 10 block or 12 block
I'd
area.
Even 6.
Well, 7th Avenue, and then you take it
from 15th to 22nd. That's 6 blocks.
Sure. But then what happens if stuff? What if there are clubs outside of that perimeter, and
like 3.
Yeah, still.
Okay, well maybe
What if
extend a little bit.
What if something happens there, and you're like, well, those guys didn't get metal detected because they weren't in the sweet zone. So anyway, you just lock it down. You're like, okay, everybody that's in this particular area, we know have been ID'd and have been frisked, and we know that they don't have a gun.
And there's cameras right at the metal detector too, so you got everybody's face.
Right.
So if something happens,
Dan,
we got
if you
your
were the
face.
mayor of Tampa, you could fix this in 2 weekends.
1 weekend, I'd fix it tonight.
Well, you're gonna have to get some.
I got all that stuff, man.
Okay, all right.
But they got all that stuff. You don't think they got face recognition cameras all over the place, mobile right now?
You're going to have a ton of mobile fencing.
Yeah.
You're going to have a ton of mobile fencing.
They have it.
To fence off all the areas.
They have it. They have it for Guavalene. They have it in a storage shed somewhere.
You're right. They got it. They got it. But But you got to understand, they got to put it up every weekend.
No, leave it up, and open the gates during the week, and then on the weekends close the gates. And enforce it.
Oh, for traffic.
So maybe make it maybe actually contract a contract to build, to build gates, right? That you could shut.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, this is some of the footage that the police have released, and more people that they're looking for in conjunction with this shooting at Ybor City. It's initially been reported by the media as 2 people died, but Anna's inside journalistic source says that there's how many
7 dead and 30 were shot, according to him.
Jesus.
I don't want to.
That's so
this
different.
has not been confirmed.
That's so different than the public's.
I know,
told.
and that's why he's saying they don't want to scare the public because they make a lot of money.
When I come back, we're going to talk about the Alabama mayor. This was a story yesterday that I didn't get to.
I added it again today.
Yeah.
I really wanted to talk about it.
Yeah, Bubba Copeland. Bubba Copeland, man, he was really. I mean, I think that I'm a little bit out of control. Bubba Copeland makes me look like literally a very shy, backward individual, right?
Yeah,
makes you look normal.
It makes me look very normal. We'll get into Bubba Copeland, the mayor of an Alabama town.
Curvy girl, please.
Is that what
He's curvy girl, Brittany.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Curvy girl.
Bubba Brittany.
Bubba Copeland, who was the mayor of an Alabama small little city, also had an alter ego where he was transitioning into a curvy girl called Brittany. And he the public found out it was like a small little town like Warsaw, and Bubba couldn't quite handle the pressure. So we'll talk about that next.
He's hit the rattler. What comes next? We can only guess. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show returns after these words.
He was going to die within a year anyways.
From what?
Diabetes.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I ain't no doctor, but I got eyeballs.
Dan, should we get into the Jesuit high school teacher?
Sure, absolutely.
Let me send that to
video.
Okay.
Or Anna. Somebody send.
Holyoke Joe, good morning. Coach Cooter. Handsome was the mole. Hello.
The Jesuit football coach, right?
Duke.
Yeah, that punched a kid and he's gone.
Yep. Manson was the mole. Funny face. 0235. Snizzles. Lizaire. Yinzer. Yellowbird, good morning. Grouper Lips, good morning. Hey, Pedro the pool guy. Fan Orlando, good morning. Heather Spin Instructor, good morning. Hey, Nick. Kicks for Guns 2X. Good morning. 17.
Yeah, you do. I mean, he was a noticeable player with his speed and his physicality, and especially from like an overhead, I didn't like the hit.
Yeah, Hollywood 69, I understand the paradox there. But then again, they're trying to protect, like Anna said, J Gator 44, Low Bug, 0985. It's the Girl Tees, good morning, Nash's young boy Mitch. Army for life. Thank you, Yellowbird Willie. What's up, Joe Lupian? Big Buck, good morning. What's up, Rick James? Anything wrong with that?
Here's the Paulsenior, and then there's the statistics.
Almost divorced lawyer. It's not gonna go. Jersey
These
69.
aren't working out. I'll probably take screenshots of them.
AJ Legend.
Is it printing too many pages?
What's that?
Is it printing on too many pages?
Yeah.
Judy, thank you. Nash's young boy Mitch, we got those parts ordered and supposed to be shipped over 2 weeks ago, and they still haven't fucking arrived. I'm so irritated by it. I was talking to Terry about it yesterday, so I'm trying to hunt down the parts. I don't know where they are in transit or bullshit. But Eurowise was at SEMA, and apparently like all other competent people were there too, so nothing got done last week. It's fucking horseshit. Because I can't drive the car right now. They're pushing through so bad. Waiting for a fucking wheel just to fall off.
I sent you the Fox 13 article on it.
Funny face. Yes, it seems like they are. He's gonna come back and get them all for damages, and he's got a case. I can't believe that the judge, summary judgment, said this is fraud, and this is only a damages trial. I can't believe that happened. I can't believe they're using an assessed value from the tax collector as the value of something. Nothing matches that, especially if you've owned it for 20 years. Because they can only increase the value so much per year by statute. I don't know why they're not arguing that.
I think Bubba's gonna really like his lawyer.
Huh?
His lawyer.
Chris Guys? Oh, no, the other
We're doing
one.
that Trump.
Yeah. Well,
Alina.
the other lawyer next to the Kais, Chris Kais, the guy with the kind of bad hairline, he was partners with Steven. Adams
Really?
Kais and Diaco. I've saved his life. My dad saved his life. We both saved his life. I saved his life when he had a heart attack. Dad saved his life when he had a ruptured appendix.
Holy shit. This guy's still going.
Yeah, he loves us. He's a dear friend of mine. I have a cell phone.
Holy shit. How old is
What?
he?
Hey, let me. What did IT's going
He's probably
into?
60. A few years older than me.
Then you said you wanted to do the Jesuit one, which I sent you. Then
He
the
was
Alabama
solicitor
Bubba
general
guy, the mayor.
Oh, yeah.
And
Oh, really?
argued, with the Supreme Court cases against the Supreme Court for the state of Florida. He was their voice. And he was also on the DeSantis' transition team. And he's the one that broke the fucking Hamilton story for the black guy.
Oh, really?
Yep. The FBI investigation on.
They're like a bunch of sharks circling in the water, searching for blood or any sign of weakness, and are ready to strike. This is the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Bubba the Love Sponge. He was used to be on Howard Stern's network.
I know.
Yeah, so you've heard of Bubba, but he's famous because his wife slept with Hulk Hogan and it got released. And he's like, Alex, I'm just a swinger. But he's still, there's more to it than that. Like,
Alex went woke, he thinks that Bubba is a joke, betrays his friendship, throws him under the bus. Eats Oreos when he stays with Bubba and the merch crick, and we know he's just a wolf wearing sheepy looking clothes. He used to bond guys out of jail if they can't make bail. Now his head's getting fat, he's gonna do a boxing match. He never got with the hot chicks until his stupid tricks. Now doing cosplay cause he's desperate just to get you 2 clicks. So don't be played, watch out, Alex is searching for clout. Used car salesman type of hack, he turned odometers back. He bonded guys out of jail, does anything for the sale. But nonetheless I say Alex Stein keeps chopping out the sponge.
Dealing with a used car salesman because I'm 2024 and you're 1994.
29 years ago, Bubba ruled the radio while Alex played with pickup sticks. Now he's a simp on a blimp, and he just jobs out Bubba every single chance he gets, stealing the bits Bubba did back in 96. And now he's gone ahead and throws Bubba to the wind every chance that he gets. He just keeps stepping on his neck, and just like Manson, he just stands on bridges that Bubba built. And just like Spice, he'll stick a knife in Bubba's back, he's a shill. So don't be played, watch out, Alex is searching for clout. Prepaid got wise and got out, Alex has cats in his house. And we all know what they say, guys who have cats are not straight. But nonetheless, second time Alex Stein keeps jobbing out the sponge.
Son of a bitch. Congratulations to Alex, who won Saturday night.
Because he took your advice.
Because he listened to me, because me and Rob cornered. Because his 2 corner guys, one was Cocaine Hank, and he didn't know, he didn't even know where he was, other than he just did an 8-ball of cocaine.
Was he really out of his mind?
Oh, my God.
The whole time.
He was buzzing around.
All right, so everybody, let me, you, Rat, Anna, you guys were all there. Sometimes we don't agree on various things, but to say that Hank was zooted out of his mind, I think all of us would agree to that.
Oh yeah, he couldn't stop sweating.
He would take his hat off and then slick the side of his hair and then put his hat back on and then have like some kind of Tourette's deal.
Yeah.
And he was wearing like a white sport jacket with like a winter scarf.
Yeah.
Like what?
It was a towel because he was so sweaty.
Yeah, but it wasn't a towel. It was made out of like felt or something like that.
It was like a chamois.
So Danny, let me tell you how prepared his corner men were, right? They had no bag of ice.
Nope.
They had no cold compresses. They had no extra Vaseline, no Q-tips, and hot water that somebody like threw him 2 bottles of water. That's it. No towel to wipe him down. Nothing.
Yeah, good thing it wasn't a 10-rounder.
So anyway, Alex might fight again in Dallas, he said, like at the first of the year, and he might fly Rob and I out to be his corner guys.
Oh, good.
Dan, if you were available, fly you out because it'd be the cut guy.
Okay. When is this?
Or you could just tell me what your special mixture was.
Okay.
Haven't people offered you money for your proprietary mixture?
Yes.
For real?
Mm-hmm.
See, what people don't realize is that cut guys, real cut guys, they have some. Now, Dan, within the boxing commission, they have some stuff everything you use has to be approved by the commission, correct?
Right, but not everyone can bake a cake and make it taste the same.
Right. I mean, remember Anna's first cake?
Yeah.
Horrible. Anna's current cakes?
Better.
Good. So honestly, you didn't see where I was going with it, bitch. You tried to square them. I was saying, Anna's early cakes, horrible.
Right.
Like, horrible.
Especially when she started trying to make them healthy.
Yeah, like, substitute sugar from a Yippee-O.
Oh, yeah.
Then,
Take out the gluten.
Her current cakes, when she's not trying to be, Johnny Health Kick, amazing.
Thank you.
So, Dan, some people you could tell them the concoction, but they wouldn't know the right amount of pressure to put on it, the right amount of, it is an art. They used to pay you like $500 a guy.
It depends. For our own fighters, I wouldn't get paid, but yeah, I got paid by other guys.
Yeah, $500 a guy.
Mm-hmm.
Has anybody? Oh, by the way, let me some PayPal after hours, and I think one early. I think John Costico was an after hour.
Thank you, John.
For $50, and then Jeff Yoakum, which sounds kind. Is that somebody we're supposed to know? Because that's if not, that might sound like new money.
Sounds like new money.
Jeff Yoakum, $100 bill.
Thank you.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. That's how you support the show.
Thank you.
Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, and don't forget BubbaArmyMerch.com. I think the Merch Creek has a couple new things coming in, Lummy. And if they arrive in the next day or two, they're going to be, you know how they're like shipped in these big boxes?
Oh, yeah.
And, one of your job descriptions is what?
To be the muscle.
Carrier of all heavy things.
Carrier of all heavy things.
Right.
Thank you.
The one thing I'd love for you to carry that's super heavy that you need some help with, that I would literally maybe give you a $50 bonus if you could make it disappear, would be those batteries from that sun tanning bed.
Yes.
I will give you, or whoever helps you, $50 if you can just somehow get that out of here.
Okay.
Are they that big? The batteries from a tanning bed?
It was Mark Tate, the landlord's 1986 tanning bed that his wife had made him. He had it in his. He just won't let go of it. He thinks like it's
got value.
Yeah, and so it says he just won't let go of it. And so it went from like inside one of their bedrooms in the 80s to inside their garage like for 20 years. And then it went, so as soon as he bought this place in 17, 18, whatever year he bought it in, he was like, listen, there's only one favor I'm asking as a landlord. And you got to admit, like, he's the coolest landlord ever.
Yeah, you got to give him what he needs.
I'm like, he never shows up. He doesn't give a crap. He doesn't care if we have parties here.
Just don't burn it down.
He doesn't care. He just does. He's just the coolest dude ever, man. Like, for real. Like, Dan, if this was your building, your land, you might check on it more. He doesn't care.
Yeah, I'm amazed at his trust and lack of oversight.
He's so cool. And so he asked me he's like, hey, listen, can you over there by the garage doors, I see you have a bunch of stuff, like an old ATM machine, stored we did from the track and some other things. Could I put my tanning bed in there? It's not really big. I'm like, all right. Not real big, my ass.
Yeah, right.
It's got 500-pound batteries in it.
Why does a tanning bed have batteries? I don't understand
know if it's the batteries or the coil pack. It's transformer.
Oh, it's a transformer.
Yeah, Dan.
Is it
about
massive?
1,000 pounds, too.
Oh, come on.
Seriously.
Okay, hold on. Dan, during one of the breaks, Lummy needs to videotape you just going out there and trying to
rocket.
lift. So just maybe try to lift a corner.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Don't blow out your nuts. Don't don't cut.
I won't blow out
Don't
my
blow
nuts.
out your sack.
No.
Don't blow out your $1,000 4 million thread pants.
Okay.
But just you can literally grab a hold of something and tell how stout it is.
Yes.
Okay. So, Lummy. Take Dan next break out there so that Dan can see how big these things. So we've got the whole bed thrown away. We got it all thrown away. We got it. We scrapped it through various of dizzers around here.
Yeah, we got rid of it.
Well, this is the last part of it. I think you got rid of like 2 or 3 sheets of these transformers. This just happens to be the last sheet.
This is the heaviest one of all of them.
How many were there? Like 4?
I think originally there was 3.
This is like a 3,000-pound tanning bed?
Oh, yeah.
It was heavier than a car?
Yeah, this thing was huge. Even Macho was saying, we both looked at it
and Dan, it was from the 80s. Yeah. Technology continued to get smaller, but this is like from 88. It's like,
was it blue or red when it lit up?
I don't know.
Did it ever light up?
It's the kind that you laid down and then you put the top down on top of you like you're in a big barrel. That kind.
Jimmy had one of them.
Right. I still got one of them in storage. So anyway, yeah. So anyway, Lummy, make sure you videotape Dan, just so you can see how heavy it is. And so Dan, Lummy got it all out of here, but he couldn't get this last piece. So now it's just laying in the parking lot, ready for somebody to hit it. And I guarantee you, Lummy, it'd take out your entire front end if you hit it. It'd probably pop your tire.
Oh, yeah.
Probably pop your tire. So $50 cash to whoever gets it done, Lummy. And if you need help and I need to split it a couple different ways, let me know.
Will do.
Dan, have you ever heard Celine Dion now supposedly resurfaced at a hockey game? She used to have a residency in Vegas, but I think her husband died, And then she's got this syndrome, and I've never heard of this. She has stiff person syndrome. Have you ever heard of such a thing?
Yes. And the first time
you walk
I heard
around like a robot?
Well, you don't. Yeah, you lose your flexibility. It may be. It may be related.
Oh, you think you even lose your ability to talk? Maybe.
Yes, sir.
Like we'd be like, man. You know what? I could have almost any ailment but if I can't talk, right?
Yeah,
that's what would take me down, Dan. Like you can amputate my leg, you whatever, as long as you can prop me up as a little stump and I can still talk, right?
I mean, you could even get like as bad as Stephen Hawking's, as long as you can still talk.
Yeah, I mean, I could just hit I could just hit buttons, You could just have me saying a bunch of stuff and I hit it. Anna, did you send me something more in depth than what I have about Celine Dion?
It's just about stiff person syndrome.
Oh, okay.
And what it actually is.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, we like to see this here. Let me see. Oh, okay.
And what it actually is.
There we go. Here we go. Every time I've been up for the day, I could keep it up as well as try to track it down. Here we go. Every time I've been up.
I just said that again.
Okay. Stiff person syndrome. People who have stiff person syndrome can experience severe muscle cramp, muscle spasms, and other unpleasant symptoms that can worsen without treatment. Stiff person syndrome is named after the symptoms that were originally described with the condition, episodes of muscles locking up and becoming stiff as a broad. So like Dan,
it's an autoimmune disease against muscle, which when you inject the muscle with the it expresses
with ivermectin.
No, with the V. With the shot. When you get the shot, it's designed.
Just call that the shot.
Okay. So here it is. The shot is designed for your body to see what the spike protein looks like.
Hold on. I think I have to describe to the audience what we're talking about with regards to the shot. And when we talk about the shot, we're talking about the shot that the government all wanted us to get.
Right, over the last 3 years.
Right. So, I mean, that could be anything, right? Government wants us to get,
tetanus.
Tetanus. All right, so go ahead, Dan. The shot
is designed for your body to express the spike protein. Well, the shot starts in the muscle, so your muscle cells are the first ones expressing the spike protein. So then your body forms antibodies against the spike protein. The problem is that when the spike protein's right next to the muscle or on the muscle, sometimes the antibodies get confused and start targeting the muscle itself. Hence, you get an autoimmune disease when your body starts targeting itself. And that can result in things such as this.
SPS, once known as stiff man syndrome, but it's more common. Is more common in women. No treatment eliminates or cures SPS, but medications and other therapies can help manage symptoms, improve quality of life, and some symptoms may prevent the disease progression. What is stiff person syndrome? Stiff person syndrome is a rare, again, Dan.
Autoimmune.
Dan's quite the doctor. He knew this even before he read it. Autoimmune neurological, that disorder that most commonly causes muscle stiffness and pain spasms and come and go and worsen over time. I got to think that she can't be doing residency anymore, hitting the big Titanic song.
Done.
Hitting the big Titanic song here and now, and then all of a sudden she gets like her
spazzes up like she's got cerebral palsy.
Like she locks up.
And so someone asks,
the fans might go crazy over that. They'd be like, it'd be fun. Hit that stiff note, Ceylon.
So someone asked if it's like scleroderma, and scleroderma is when your skin gets stiff. This is more of a muscular problem.
What do you mean when your skin gets stiff?
In scleroderma, people get like stiff, tight skin. Bad.
That'd be great.
You can't move your joints.
I'm sorry.
It's like closed too tight.
Lummy, I think Mushroom Mitch comes in at 25 on the PayPal.
Thank you.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. It's the first of the month. Wake up, wake up, wake up.
It's the 7th.
Pretty slow. There you go. This is supposedly Celine Dion she went to this hockey game. I think she went to a Las Vegas Knights hockey game, Lummis.
Yeah.
Lummis.
Is that her in the middle?
Yeah, the Canadians are.
Hey, my friend.
She looks good to me. There's no stiffness there. She could go out there and do a set right now. Quit talking Montreal. That's what I would say. Quit talking Montreal.
Et ça fait un petit bout de temps. Ouais. On a changé juste un petit peu on fait des choses. Oui, on fait des choses.
I wish she'd stiffen up right now and pie face herself right into that Coke machine.
How are you?
I got stiff, man. You know, I had to cancel my residency.
Is she balding?
I don't know what she is.
Might be a light.
How are you? Nice to meet you.
Hold on, man. She looks spry as hell.
That handshake was pretty good.
And listen, let me tell you this right now, man. I respect a woman that shakes a hand like a man. I do. I mean, I appreciate this. Watch these handshakes. Watch this. Bam.
Yeah,
that's
stiff, firm.
That's a yippee-yo handshake.
Nice to meet you.
And watch this next one. Yeah, how about you, buddy? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I ain't got no stiff man syndrome. I lay a handshake in there like a man.
One more. Sorry. I'll keep.
All right, I don't need a motivational talk from you.
Looks good.
Bitch that can high note. Okay, speaking of hockey, did you see that dude? He was like he used to play in the minor. He used to play in the
Penguins.
He played for the Penguins for like half a season or something like that.
Yeah.
And he's like with one of these lower leagues, like they have like.
Was he in the UK or something?
Was it in the UK?
He's from Minnesota, but
Right.
I think the league was
And
European League.
Former NHL Adam Johnson died. And you see this every once in a while. And by the way, Lummy, there's no footage of this anywhere to be.
It's on our Twitter. I put it up there
hold on, of the neck slashing.
Yeah, let me find it.
Oh, no.
Really?
Do you actually see it?
Yeah.
Is it on our Twitter?
Yeah.
Our Twitter, by the way, at the Bubba Army. You mean Twitter /X.
There's a lot of discourse about this going on.
Meaning,
most of the internet's convinced that the guy did it on purpose.
Yeah.
What?
For real?
Oh, yeah.
So hold on now. So this isn't even. I mean, we've seen over the years there's been accidents that happen on the ice where a goalie or a defenseman or just whoever is down on the ground and an opposing player's skate gets him in the neck, and it's just it's a hockey deal. Well, they're saying, Lummy, this might not be a hockey deal. This might have been
intentional.
I'm ready to leave. I want to kill myself deal.
No. Someone.
No.
I just sent you.
This might have been
the guy's skate was done. Yeah, the guy who hurt him was done purposely.
So you're saying this might not be the guy wanted to end it all. This might be a guy didn't like him.
Mm-hmm.
And
you got hit view.
Oh, Jesus.
Where do I hit? Right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
People are just people.
Now hold on. Now we probably shouldn't play this.
No, we
Is it
won't.
bad? Is it bad?
I don't know how much they're going to show of it. It's bad as he's skating off of the ice.
Yeah, they show that part.
All right, here we go.
Because you can see just the trail behind him.
There you go.
And you see his shirt,
especially on the ice. God, it's really bad.
You see the kick.
If you find a slow motion clip, it's easier to see. But the guy in orange.
Oh my God!
It's pouring.
Once you see his sweater. Oh yeah.
Yeah. The guy in orange, you can see when he gets hit, his leg bounces up.
But see, I don't think that guy was doing a kick up.
You gotta watch it in slow motion. But so my roommate plays. I mean, he plays hockey 5 nights a week. And there are so many examples of a guy's leg, going up. Like on an ice skate, if you lose your edge and you have to regain your balance, like you're gonna kick your leg out, you're gonna swing your arms around, you're gonna do whatever you can to
they
get back upright.
They can't prove. Was there any history of no pun intended, bad blood between the guy that kicked, that may have done this?
Not between these two, but
Okay.
the guy who kicked him does have a history of being what some people would say is a dirty player. A couple of extra checks a game.
Yeah,
Goes
but
for the dirty hit every now and
I don't
again.
think any guy would ever want this.
Yeah, I don't think he had any.
I mean, I can only
intention.
skate. There's only 2 people I would skate against, and I don't think either one of us could be on skates. That I'd want to do that. That I'd want to do this.
He couldn't even see where his foot was going because he was like past him.
Hold on, right there, like it kind of, Dan. If you pause it right there, it does kind of look like he's kung fu kicking, does it not?
Yeah, but his back is towards him.
Hold on here.
I sent you a slow mo too.
You did?
Yeah, YouTube.
Yeah, that one makes it a lot easier to see.
The one you're gonna send me? Let me.
I just did. Yep.
All right, hold on. Thank you. Let me get it. Is it just dude? Is it a dude?
No, just hit play. They show it. It's just some guy. Because it's hard to find now.
All right, so I understand and I want to proceed. All right, boom. All right, hold on. Let me go like this.
Events. American ice hockey player Adam Johnson has
It
passed.
shows a replay. It shows a slow-mo after.
Here we go. So it's going to show the slow-mo here?
Yeah.
Look at this poor guy. Oh, and he died, right? He died.
Yep.
And Dan, is that the car? What artery is that?
It probably got his jugular vein, not the artery, because the artery will sometimes clamp up, and if you get the artery, sometimes it's like squirting, but you can actually stop the bleeding. If the vein is shredded, it's tough, and if you don't get clamps above and below the injury, you bleed out fast. Veins are like horrible injuries.
Like, give me a amount of time, 5 minutes
or less.
Or less.
Oh, and Bubba, have you noticed we haven't had like ads or anything on our YouTube? Big E7375 got us a premium account.
Big E, God bless your little Big E heart. Thank you. All right, so here it is. I mean, Dan, this is slow-mo. Now there, it kind of looks. Watch this. Here we go. Look at this. Now he's positioning his body. He knows that he was going to have contact with the guy that ends up dying. Watch. Boom. Like, I don't know, man. Rhett, what does your roommate, who's a hockey enthusiast and knows about when you lose your edge and what you got to do, is he saying this is just a hockey deal, or is he saying this is a murder deal?
No, he says it's a hockey deal. He says this happens not this specific thing happens all the time, but people lose their balance and they fall like that and kick their legs all the time.
Well, now hold on.
It's not unheard of.
But the one thing is this: he does the other player does hit him. This isn't just like him all alone and he kind of like spins on his skates to do a kung fu kick.
Yeah, roundhouse.
Right, this guy right here. This guy, the guy in the white, he hits him.
Right, and that's where he potentially loses his balance and just kind of flails. I mean, maybe his intention was to stick a leg out and hit that guy.
Now, are they going to... Okay, so we've seen enough. Are they going to... Do you think that this could lead to... And don't laugh. But do you think this could lead to... just like now, Dan, and I think that they're probably going to incorporate it into football. But, Lummy, you know how all teams now have to, during practice, wear those pads on top of their helmets.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Have you seen them?
The NHL already made neck guards mandatory.
Yeah.
Pretty much every hockey league now, you have to wear a neck guard.
Now, what is a neck?
Which was optional before.
What does it? I've never even seen.
It's a guard for your neck.
I know.
I'm sorry, that was dumb.
I know it's a guard for your neck. I don't know that I've necessarily.
I sent you a couple of them. What's a neck guard?
It's all in the name.
If you just say you couldn't help yourself, then
I couldn't. I'm sorry.
I understand.
It's like that. See, they go around your neck.
They come down a little bit too.
Yeah.
So like you put this on here, right? All right. So it kind of creates like a turtleneck deal.
Mm-hmm. Like a leather neck, like the old Marines.
And do all the NHL guys have to have some sort of neck guard?
Yeah,
like are these all different kinds and that are approved? This is a big name in hockey, isn't it, Bauer?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have, and so they have to. Yeah, you know what? I like that. So, and it goes, and it probably goes right up to their chin. Can you send me a picture of like the Lightning sitting on the bench getting ready to go in, and can you see the neck guards or the sweaters go up on them?
No, the sweaters go up on them for the most part, but we were watching the game last night, and the sweaters do look a little different. They look like off. The Lightning were wearing white last night, so I don't know if that's what it is. I'll see if I can find pictures. One second.
So the Lightning, what you're saying that their uniforms are as in bad a shape as they are with their PR relations with Steven Stamkos?
Yeah, right. Like, this is how they're making the youth and all. And
yeah, but that's not what Steven Stamkos is wearing.
No.
With this full, no, they're not making the NHL. All they do is make the NHL guys wear like this little visor up here. I think that's the only rule. I don't even know that the visor's like a rule. But I think most guys just wear this little visor and a mouthpiece. That's it. But can you show me an NHL?
It looks like so.
Don't show me youth hockey with neck guards.
I was going to say I didn't. So it says the neck guards aren't mandatory in the NHL as of right now. They are mandatory in that UK league after that injury.
Oh, there you go. See, well, Rat, you got face.
Stammer was wearing a neck guard last night, though.
Do you have a picture of Stammer wearing?
I do. I'm sending it.
Sending it to me.
Yes.
as to what Stammer looks like with a neck guard, Willie?
Yes.
I got Hummel and I got Lummy. I don't have a ret on my instant messenger yet.
I'm getting it to Lummy to get to you. I'm sorry.
All right. Do you not have a direct connection to me?
I don't think so.
Why not? That's not very healthy.
No, you're right. It's a good question.
I mean, Dan should have all I got now is just Anna and Lummy. Are they the only twos that can communicate with me?
We'll get that fixed.
Lummy, did you send it to me?
Yes, I did.
Okay, hold on.
Well, you also did say that you didn't want, because a lot of times people just send things to send things. You wanted a check and balance.
Well, I do, but no, where are the neck guards here?
If you look at Stamkos, you can kind of see it.
Right here?
Yeah, basically, like, there's a big white line under his chin.
Right.
And you can see the black underneath. That's the neck guard.
Boy, they really did him dirty. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They better come back after the season with something. I can't even. I can't even.
Apparently, they're going to figure it out.
I can't even fathom Steven Stamkos. I cannot fathom him finishing his last 4 or 5 years in the league out with the Toronto Maple Leafs or the Montreal Canadiens, because you know both of those teams will do anything to get him.
Oh, they want him forever.
I'm sorry, was Stamkos here from the very beginning of his career?
From the day he was 19 years old.
Okay.
He was the first player selected in that year's draft at 19, and he never played 1 minute of minor league hockey. He came in and was the face of the franchise from day one.
And that ass bucket coach we had at the time,
Barry Melrose.
Hated him.
Barry Melrose, which lasted 16 games.
Yeah.
Said he didn't like Stamkos, and they gave Barry Melrose the good news.
Yeah.
Get the hell out of here. All right, so that I can stay on time. We got the Jesuit. Now, Dan, are you familiar with this?
Yes, I saw this.
Is this a big deal?
I got there was a buzz about it
was
too.
Was the parents behind it? Did the school handle it?
Nah, the school handled it. It's 2023, man. It's and the thing is, I mean, we could talk about it after we see it, but I think it's.
Did you send it to me, Lummy?
Yes.
I think that it's more context than actual like that bad of a deal, because I've seen guys get hit that hard as a congratulatory smack on the helmet.
Yeah.
I'm like, you score a touchdown, people smack the back of your helmet. Hell yeah, come on!
But it was definitely
in anger.
It was definitely in context. He was full hot, and that has a lot to do with what happened.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get into that, and then of course our good friend Bubba Copeland, the mayor of Alabama, who was transitioning to a woman.
Bubba Brittany.
And Dan, didn't you have food poisoning over the weekend?
Yeah.
Can we get into that too?
Yeah, we can get into Dan's food poisoning.
Quite simply, you're listening to pure filth, and he's damn proud of it. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show returns after these words.
Here comes lunch.
Oh, sorry, excuse me. There you go.
Thanks, Rick.
This one is medium rare. This is medium well.
Hold on.
Put it in your
What's that?
This is medium rare. This is medium well.
Yeah, but I only want one.
I know, but I don't know which one you want. So
Just take that one. Just take that one. Take it upstairs, because I'll probably have it for later. I'll probably have that one for.
I just didn't know if that was too rare.
Oh no, this is fine. Thank you.
Yum. Yeah, no problem. Joe. That smells good. What is it?
Don't worry about it. That's what it's called.
I already know it's ribs. It's not for everybody. Wood green nipples working on that for sure. Have you guys seen the manifesto?
Place of builds that completely changed the game. How
To the surface of creative ingenuity and burning passion lay a greatly strained relationship between father and son. It's precisely this rift between the two that made the series all the more remarkable, adding massive elements of reality TV to an already very absorbing documentary show. The cooperation of Paul John Tuttle Sr., Paul Sr., and Paul Michael Tuttle Jr.'s, often just called Jr., produced one-of-a-kind machines.
Wow, that's interesting.
Left audiences scratching their heads as to why they even worked together. From its inception in 2003 to the time it first stopped airing in 2012, American Chopper, the series, continually made headlines across the media.
What's up, Xerxes? 69 what?
Network, Discovery Channel. With the addition of just a few cameras on the premises, Orange County Chopper is went from a private
Just lasted like a day of our city.
The time bomb that the company was built on eventually had to employ
Neil Alpager, 20 on the Venmo.
continually made headlines across numerous media outlets and
Air Trades Keeper Hall of Famer, 2,000 bits on the
network, the Discovery Channel. With the addition of just a few cameras on the premises, Orange County Choppers in Newburgh, New York, went from a private business to a global sensation. The time bomb that the company was built on
Oh,
eventually
the manifesto? Yeah, I saw some of that. Fucking disgusting.
started another perhaps even
and
greater story. Far from being an
they're normal
endless saga that captured the world's attention, the temporary finish of
Well,
American
I mean-
Chopper, the series,
You gotta be fucking crazy.
Can't.
You gotta be fucking crazy to just dort yourself like that. Fucking psychotic.
Oh, well, what is it? Was it a trans deal or the fact
All
she's
of
murder?
Both.
Yes.
Anyone who wants to cut a body part off or just figure themselves is psychotic. The woman that comes to put little fucking horns in your head, it's all crazy
It all
shit.
started when Junior was more than 45 minutes late to work yet again.
It's just as fucking crazy.
Furious. He told the camera crew that he was completely done letting this behavior continue, building himself up to even greater
That shit
anger as
happens
the son
sometimes,
slowly
Bubba.
made
I mean,
his
for
way
like,
to the office.
You're not
Junior wasn't
trying
really
to
having any of
hide
that.
it.
So he replied in
Huh?
kind
I know.
with the same shouting volume.
Because
Ultimately bursting
Seth Wiley, 50 on the Venmo.
it makes her look psychotic.
without a word.
Because she's psychotic.
Yay.
Shooter expressed relief at that
So
statement.
is there more than one shooter? No. They. What? Talking about.
About being free.
I say you can't take they. That's plural. You have to go it.
Napa Mike, 50 on the Cash App.
If you want to be trans, you gotta go. You gotta go in. Non-binary.
Factor at first, as the audience expected them to
Hey,
combine
Phil's cat.
styles and build truly remarkable machines.
Well, explain yourselves. Just like a six-pack of cheap Yiddish beer.
Surprise me. You look like a typical low-life character to me.
The Bubba the Love Sponge.
Sorry for the lateness. It's where I got to choke down my food real fast after a 19-hour fast.
Good job.
Thanks. I still got a few little sweet fries left that I'll hit next time. Paul, does it Tuttle? Is that how you say it? How do you pronounce Paul's last name?
Paul Tuttle.
Yeah,
basically
Paul Tuttle.
Yeah, Paul Tuttle.
Paul Tuttle, Senior.
He'll be in today. He's the main dude behind the Orange County Chopper franchises that are all throughout America. One of which is in Largo / Clearwater area.
Yeah, and you've been there.
Yeah, I have.
Jesse James Dupree.
A couple different times. One for a Kevin Hazlett election deal, and then one for the Jackal concert.
Yeah, the OCC Roadhouse and Museum.
Pretty badass. They took an old flea market and made it into a Harley Davidson franchise.
It's got a badass bar.
Along with and every night they got some kind of something going on there, like line dancing night and like country music night.
Keeping
and like
it fresh.
Hip hop night and like Daisy Dukes and cowboy boots night. Bike night. They got a bunch of great stuff going on. Then they'll bring on, people like Jackal and things like that. So excited to meet Paul. Dan, Saturday night you were in Orlando. Medical deal.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So you probably didn't spend the night. You just drove over for dinner.
No. I spent the night. I spent Friday night because it was Saturday morning and Sunday. So I spent Friday night and Saturday night.
Now, where did you stay at the convention?
No, I stayed at a Jobber hotel by accident. It was a Wyndham. I thought it was going to be like a real hotel, and it was more of a motel. I was.
Oh my God!
I was so pissed.
Oh,
but
hold on. Was it really like the 80s?
Sketch.
Like the 80s?
Oh, yeah.
Like
Yeah, it was terrible.
The 80s where the TV, did they even have a flat screen TV, or was it one of the
No,
old...
they had a flat screen TV, and they were really nice inside, but it was 2 stories. And it was, you parked outside your room. It's a freaking motel.
Oh, so you could go out and there's your car.
Yep.
So why didn't you?
Because I thought it was a different hotel when I told Jennifer to book it. It's my fault. I was
Is
rushed.
it by the convention center?
Huh?
Is
It's by like International.
Yeah, International Drive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a big place, but still it sucked. But that wasn't the significant story.
Now, when they have these medical conventions, do they have them? By the way,
sometimes they have them at really expensive hotels that are booked, or they're just you can't.
A lot of times, I got to think that a medical convention probably isn't, unless it's a medical device convention, wouldn't be big enough to take the 1 million square feet of convention space. Because Orlando's got an.
No, these things have. Yeah. No,
they probably have these like in a ballroom of a big hotel.
Exactly, because 150, 200 people. It wasn't like a 800 person conference.
Maybe 8 to 10 manufacturers of things. Maybe
it depends. It depends. Some of them have like the one in Miami that I go to in January is it's huge. It's got hundreds and hundreds of people, and it's got a massive room with probably 50 different vendors, all with booths. That you go to during breaks. But this is much smaller.
Like that plastic surgery convention, that would have everything from the Morpheus to new implants.
Right, exactly. Botox.
To new
software.
To new Botox, to new probably even devices, to like new forceps and new
instruments. Yeah, one of the biggest table is one of the actual like forceps, scissors, needle holders, that company.
Now, do you buy your own of that? Like is that your microphone and headphones in my world, or does the place that you do surgery offer those things?
And you're gonna hate my answer, and that is it depends. For the meat and potatoes stuff, I use their things. If I'm doing a facelift, I have all my own instruments for a facelift.
So because
the scissors are more important.
You'll bring in
my stuff.
Like I'm assuming it's like in a leather case or something.
It's actually in a cloth case because it's it folds over like a tool kit you'd see. And in the old days you just keep it in that and you cook it in that to sterilize it.
Right.
And then open it up. You have all your instruments in the little slots.
How often do you have to have like your scissors sharpened and that can't be something that I assume you do. I'm assuming they have to say like.
Yeah, I'm not putting oil on the stone and scraping the scissors on it. But there's a professional that comes by and sharpens them. Yes.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Now, is there a professional that comes by and sharpens your instruments at work too, or are those all disposable for the most part?
No, the ones that like at Advent/TOS, they have someone that comes in like every 6 months and goes through all the instruments, sharpens the scissors, and makes sure everything's perfect.
But hasn't the industry gone heavily disposable now
not
too?
These things. No,
not the big ones.
The good scissors are like $400, $500 each
for a pair of scissors.
For a pair of scissors,
wow.
It's like NASA prices.
All right.
I've had little retractors cost like a little tiny metal bent thing cost $250. It's irritating.
So you go to this medical convention on Friday, Saturday. You book the wrong hotel. Probably normally you like to stay in the host hotel because it makes it so much easier.
Yeah, when available.
Literally, you can just go up, take a shower. If you're meeting a couple doctors for dinner, give me 20 minutes, I'll be ready. Otherwise, you got to job yourself out to the other hotel, Uber and or your own car. Probably drove your own car over there.
Mm-hmm. Beater Porsche.
Yeah, the Beater Porsche. And then you have to go to another hotel, change, get ready. So what, Friday night, what did you do? Anything Friday night?
No, went to sleep. I was tired, got there, went to sleep. I didn't leave till like after 7. So, by the time I got there, I was tired.
The convention was closed, so you just checked in and went to bed.
Right.
So Saturday night, but you probably had a pretty good night's sleep Friday night.
I slept pretty well, absolutely. And got up. Everything was nice. It was a nice day. Learned a few good things. And then, they usually take some of the doctors out to dinner. So we were supposed to go to like Eddie V's, and we ended up going to Ocean Prime instead, which I'm cool with because I love Ocean Prime.
Which, by the way, we have all of these franchises in Tampa. And it's like they've just taken them and put them, and literally they all are within within a 4-mile proximity here near the studios.
Corporate restaurant row.
It's like Charlie's, Eddie V's, Fleming's, Ocean Prime,
Texas Day Brazil,
with Chris,
Ruth's Chris.
Mm-hmm.
Like they got it's all within this whole little area, really very close to the studios here,
to the airport.
And the ones in Orlando are all within a mile of each other too.
No,
it's the same kind of row.
But it's like on I-Drive.
Yeah, International Drive and that other lake drive,
right.
Sand Lake or something like that.
All right, so but I'm assuming it's a medical device guy or girl that is rounded up.
It's a guy.
Probably 4 or 5 of his high volume, really high profile doctors that do the most business with them. And he's like, "Hey guys, I'll take you out to dinner tonight. We're going to go to where? Ocean Prime.
Mm-hmm.
Ocean Prime reservations at 8:00.
Mm-hmm.
So is that and so it's you, 4 of the doctors, and the medical device dude.
Correct.
Okay, and it's Ocean Prime, and so you probably I love Ocean Prime.
Mm-hmm.
That's where Danny gets. That's where Danny gets the Seafood Tower.
Right, exactly. And I go to Ocean Prime way more than I go to Eddie V's. So I'm not even a huge fan of Eddie V's. I don't have anything against them, but I just haven't had as wonderful experiences as I had at Ocean Prime.
All right.
Till this weekend.
All right, so you go to Ocean Prime.
Mm-hmm.
You pull in. Is valet cool?
Valet's cool.
Valet's cool. How much?
There's a cop there too. Like at the valet, there's a cop. I'm like, what are you here for? Just presents.
That's got to make you feel good.
Yeah. But wondering if what was the need for the presents? Like what happened last month? Like, you know what I mean? It's like you see cops now in Ybor. It's like, why are they there? Well, some guy got killed the other day. So I was worried.
Orlando did have Pulse nightclub at 49.
Right.
So
they're not going to do a Pulse at the Ocean Prime.
No, I'm just saying the reason why they won't do a Pulse at the Ocean Prime is because there's an Orlando PD posted up in there.
Right.
That's a deterrent.
Yep.
And if you have 5, 6, 7 of those cops, throughout I-Drive doing, off duty, that's a deterrent.
Yep. Right. And he was full on armored and everything. Like he was ready to go.
Good. So you go there. Now you're probably pretty familiar with Ocean Prime's,
menu.
So you of course you get a menu, but you probably already know kind of what you want because you're a big time customer of Ocean Prime.
Right.
All right, so how's it go?
So I did get a drink because I'm not a big drinker. I got a pineapple picante.
Oh wow!
Oh my god, it was good.
Jeez.
Let me said, oh wow, is that a lot of alcohol?
That one I wouldn't think that would be a Dr. Dan drink.
Well, I like pineapple and tequila.
Okay, well yeah.
So it's perfect. It's like pineapple infused tequila with
Yeah.
a big giant square ice cube and a couple other little things in it, and it was good.
All right, so you're good on that.
And then they ordered some like oysters for the table, and they had the East Coast and the West Coast.
No seafood tower.
No seafood tower. And so I I had a couple East Coast, a couple West Coast. The West Coast were not as good, but I still had a couple of them. And then for an entree, I did have a bunch of other snacks. I wasn't super, super hungry.
So it's kind of more of like a pick and appetizer kind of deal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A couple other things there.
I like that.
And then for my entree, I just had like a filet and I did have lobster bisque soup, I have to say.
Okay, how was that?
That was delicious.
Uh-huh.
And then I had a filet, and my big vegetable side was cream of spinach.
Okay. And so what happened?
So the filet comes out, and like everyone else's steak is like a nice, normal-looking filet. I got like the Leaning Tower of Pisa. It's like a pyramid, which irritates me to begin with. And so it's not like...
You mean just how it's laying on your plate?
It's not flat on the top and flat on the bottom with sides, like a cylinder, like a normal fillet. It's like it's a cut of the strap. So it's it should be flat on the top, flat on the bottom, and about an inch and a half thick all the way around.
The guy got a little loose on the bandsaw and gave you a little bit of a hump on your steak.
Yeah, or was the end of it like the tip? You know what I mean? Like
Right.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Like it was like a pyramid.
Right.
So that irritated me.
You got the end of the piece of meat.
Not like the butt of the bread loaf.
Yeah, it's like the crusty bun.
You got the heel.
I got the heel.
You got the heel of the cow.
Right. So I look at it and it's bothering me already, and so I cut into it, and it's cooked fine, and I take a bite and it's freaking cold. I'm like, no way.
Did you do that thing where you push it really hard?
No, I called the waitress over. I was like,
so hold on,
I'm sorry.
the waitress. Say, go ahead. Yes, sir. How can I help you?
I'm sorry, the steak is cold.
What?
Can you please? The steak is cold.
Okay.
I can microwave it for you.
Can you please? She goes, I'll fix that. So they come back and they bring me the steak back.
Was she kind of hot? Was she hot?
Not really.
Okay, because it matters. You can take a little more.
She wasn't ugly. She wasn't hot. She was in between. She was normal
looking.
looking.
But if she was smoking, you may not even say anything. You're like, hey, what's up?
She looked like she was either like she had dark hair and she had like a very healthy nose. She could have been Italian. She could have been,
a healthy nose. Okay,
yeah,
perfect.
Like she could smell things from far away.
Oh, nice.
Like a bionic nose.
Right, sure. Anna's got a healthy nose.
Right,
yes.
right.
Sure, right. All right. So she got a healthy nose, and she says, "Okay, I'll take that. I'll take that. I'll take that. I'll take care of that for you."
Yeah. And so and I'm thinking, they're gonna, give me a new fillet. So they bring out the same fillet with the piece I cut off now overcooked, and I cut into it again, and it's still freaking cold. I'm like, ma'am, it's still cold.
You get the 10 ounce, right?
No, the 8. I don't like the 10 because it's got all the fat on the side.
Well,
I like a lean
good.
fillet.
I like a fat
That
10.
fat is good,
that.
yeah.
I like a fatty 10.
Well, now it's like a 7 because he ate part of it.
All right. So then
it comes back a third time, and the pieces I'd cut are now like burned to a crisp, but the steak is just warm enough to barely eat. I had 2 bites of it.
And it's already been flash cooked 2 times, which means the tenderness has been like
gone. Gone.
Right.
So it's like horse meat. It's disgusting.
It's like
I couldn't
shoe
even
leather.
finish it. I couldn't even finish it.
So you ate it.
So I ate half of it maybe. And then I decided, well, let me get some of these, cream of spinach. And I ate the cream of spinach, and it almost looked like it was curdled.
Ew.
Do you know what I mean? It was like lumpy cream.
Yeah.
And so I had about 4 or 5 bites of that, and then the manager came out and like, I'm really, really, really sorry. I'm like, okay, that's cool. I'll get you another drink. I'm like, these guys are paying. I care about another drink. You know what I mean?
I'm not paying.
I just wanted a good steak. All I want is a good, hot, symmetrical filet. Not the freaking Leaning Tower of Pisa or one of the Great Pyramids.
If anybody listens to the show and you're in a restaurant, do not let Dan dine there, please.
Yeah, no kidding.
Because it's just got to be perfect.
Job.
So anyway, Dan, you have this. It's done, and this leads into food poisoning.
Well, I'm like, okay, that's fine. Go home. I have to get up early the next day, go to bed, and like it's daylight savings. I'm looking forward to maybe an extra 15 minutes of sleep.
Did you get the Napa mic for 50, Lummy?
Yes, I did.
All right, perfect. Sorry. All right, go ahead.
And at like 2 a.m, I just start coughing.
Uh-oh.
And I'm like, I don't feel right. Maybe I should get up. And I go to the bathroom and I
puke it all up.
Oh my God.
Or the other way.
For like 15. No
Poop
diarrhea.
or puke. I would
puke
rather
only.
I'd rather puke it out because then you're done with it. Pooping out sometimes is a 2 or 3 time situation. But if you puke it out, man, you pretty much get it out.
Yeah, so
I'd rather get it out before my body
front
starts bowing, constricting it down and like starts getting the nutrients out of it.
Yeah.
I'd rather get it out.
So yeah, I threw up violently for
Did you
about
stick your
15
finger down your
minutes.
throat?
No, I didn't have to. It was coming out, and it was all that spinach, and it was
Ew.
It was.
It looked like you were a cow that was chewing its cud.
Mm-hmm. It was gross.
Now,
and then I didn't feel good the next day, and I just was. I feel better. I felt better yesterday, and I feel normal now. But it was definitely food poisoning. It was disgusting. I can't believe that place that's that expensive and that nice and that well established has that poor quality control. I can't believe they didn't give me a brand new fillet.
Well, I can't
believe that steak sucks.
Well, I can't believe that when you sent it back the first time, that she just didn't go back there and say, "Hey, listen, can you whip me up an 8-ounce quick?" A brand new one.
Yeah.
Quick.
How long does it take to cook a medium steak?
6 minutes.
6 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So not long.
No, not at all.
And I would have gladly waited another 6 or 7 minutes for a delicious.
Hold on. You would have gladly waited if you had been
get
communicated to. This is what the waiter needs to do. He comes. You turn your steak into him, right? He goes to the back. He gets the head chef. Hey, listen, I need an 8-ounce filet, medium, stat. As fast as you can, drop everything, make it perfect for me, please. Please, thank you, buddy. He then, Dan, comes back to you and said, listen, bud, it's going to take about, by the time he gets to you, it's probably 4 minutes. I got a brand new one on the grill from my main guy. It's going to be about 4 minutes. I'd rather just give you a brand new one, bud, than bring back the old one. Are you okay with that?
Hell yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. If he has that conversation with you, Dan, then the 4 minutes can really be 5.5. You don't care because you got a brand new one coming.
Yep.
And he, communicated that with you.
Yep.
And so you're like, hell yeah, okay, cool, thank you. And then you're going to probably be of a better mindset that this is going to, even if it didn't taste that much better, at least you've been communicated with.
Mm-hmm.
And you feel better about the deal.
And when you have a table of more than 2 or 3 people, and it's you understand sometimes that sometimes one comes out before the other, and may cool off. I wasn't mad. I'm like, it's cold.
Right.
But at that point, you should absolutely. I had a cold steak once from another place here that I really love, and they
I never get steak.
They apologized profusely, and then they brought a new steak out that was so hot that I burned my mouth on it in the first 3 bites. That was perfect.
Oh. You were happy about that?
That's hot. That's a hot steak.
I got to tell you, I got a hold of some baby back ribs from Longhorn on Saturday, and oh my God.
Good as it gets.
How many meals are you making out of that?
Almost 3.
Okay.
I could almost get 3 meals out of
This is from Saturday?
Yeah, so Saturday when we first got it. This is after this is after Alex's deal.
I know. I'm just doing the day count where it's like, is it still good?
What do you mean?
We got it on Saturday. You're still eating it on Tuesday?
Well, listen, you nosy bitch. I'll walk you through it. Jesus, you're absolutely...
What? I'm concerned about your health. I don't want you to get sick like Dan.
Shut up. Okay. You're not concerned about nothing other than being nosy. So Saturday night, I get baby back ribs with French fries and a Caesar salad. I eat the Caesar salad, and you know how when they get you, when you get a full rack, it's a big rack, and then they put a little baby rack on top of it.
Oh, of course, yeah.
So I ate the little baby rack, which might have been 4 ribs. I ate the little baby rack and the Caesar salad and a little bit of the French fries for my Saturday night meal. Then Sunday, I finished the French fries as one of my meals. And then Monday, here at the show, yesterday, I had the remaining of the baby back ribs for my on-air lunch. 3 meals. But God, they were good.
Yeah, normal stuff lasts about 3 or 4 days in the fridge.
You're missing a day.
I'll go a week.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll go a week.
Wrapped properly.
Merch Crick's like, this hamburger's been in here a week. I go, just microwave the hell out of it. It'll kill all the bad stuff.
That's right.
It does.
Yeah, I got all types of situations going on in my gut. My gut health will please.
I think they microwaved my steak.
He sends something down my gut, and it has potentially of being food poisoning. My gut will fight it off like a bunch of gladiators.
Just like COVID.
My gut's I got gut gladiators. My guts are in there just beating the crap out of anything.
Yep.
All right, so Dan, does his elementary and middle school feed into Jesuit High?
Yes.
Okay. So
But you have to. It doesn't automatically feed. It traditionally feeds. You have to take a entry test.
I understand, but they only, I think, take from that school, right?
No, they take from other schools too.
Okay,
other
cool.
Catholic schools, like Christ the King. They take from them.
Christ the King?
Christ the King.
Oh, I was like,
well,
Christ
that's
the
you,
King.
not your king.
Jesuit High School here in Tampa. Not trying to be too Tampa specific, but I am yet again. This is somewhat of a nationwide story. Yeah. They have a very good football program.
Very good.
They really do. They have in fact, the reason why they go out and recruit.
Definitely.
So they go out and say, "Listen, little rich Danny, it's going to cost you $25,000 a year to go here, but hey, Tyrone down in Bradenton,
right? Who's 6'3" and 240 pounds?
Right? Who's 6'4", 265 as a freshman." If
There's
you'd
guys like that there too.
If you'd like a scholarship to go to Jesuit high school on a football, we'll take care of it. I mean, Dan, am I not right? Does that not happen?
100%. I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
Right.
You can ask Jay. I'm sure he can clarify.
And since you're a private school, I think that gives you since it's not a publicly funded school and it's a privately funded school, they can do whatever they want with their money, including giving, very athletic-looking dudes a free ride.
Especially if they have a financial need, too, because they have to give some of these scholarships, too.
Sure. So Jesuit is them and Plant and is Berkeley good, Lummy?
Yeah, they are.
Berkeley, and then, of course, all of these schools are just IMG's bitch. IMG is a whole nother level of recruiting. IMG, Lummy, I think is like 4th or 5th in the country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have like three teams
IMG, which is like the international something.
Models group? Wasn't it International Modeling Group at first?
I don't know. Let me ask Alexa. Hey, Alexa, what does IMG Academy stand for?
IMG Academy stands for International Management Group Academy.
There you go.
Management group.
So they got a management group. And by the way, they have Gatorade down there that's formulating brand new stuff and trying it on the kids. And the kids that go to school to IMG Academy High School, they're literally like they're in college. They have their own dorm rooms, and their facilities are like literally, like as nice as the Gators facility.
Yeah.
Like it's unbelievable.
It started kind of as a tennis academy, then went into golf.
I think Jennifer Capriati made it really famous, did she not? And Andre Agassi and Pete Sampras. I mean, there was a lot of if you go, look at
famous past students: Andre Agassi, Monica Seles, Jim Carrier, Anna Kournikova, Serena Williams, and Maria.
Yeah, like that for tennis, those are pretty much the goats of tennis.
Yeah, of the last 20 years.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all the notables.
Well, I know, but before that, IMG wasn't around. So IMG started, and they started spitting out goats. Well, they're like, you know what? We can maybe do this with, football. Do they do it with, girls stuff too?
They have girls soccer programs.
Yeah, so they do it with all. And I think, Lummy, if you're just like Lummy's dad and you want to write a check, I think it's $38,000 to $45,000 a year.
It works out to, it looks like about $65,000 to $70,000 now.
Yeah. So let's say little Johnny, you think he's going to be the next Joe Namath, but he really sucks. But you need him on that IMG team just because you got to keep up with the McCoys. You can scratch out $65,000 a year, and little Johnny can be on the football team. He'll be third string, but he is nonetheless on the first one of the day. He's on the team. Yeah. So you got dads that are paying $70,000 for little Johnny, but then you got Tyrone Washington, from Cape Coral that's on the team for free.
And it looks like their football program started in 2010. It was called the John Madden Football Academy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's a pretty good name to have with it.
And now they're so good. They're so good that most Florida high schools won't play them, and they've had to develop a JV team that now plays the big for the St. John Aquinas and the Jesuits and the Plants and the Armwoods, all these really, really good programs. They play IMG's junior varsity team, right?
Technically, but they're naming it now because they have 3 teams.
IMG Blue.
Yeah, and then they have like a you call JV team, and then you could call it a varsity team, and then a national team.
Yeah, the national team, like they'll go to Indiana and play this weekend and whip ass, and they'll go out to California and play and whip ass.
Wow.
Like for real. So Dan, they got a what they say, an international team.
National.
And they got a national team.
Yeah.
Yes, their travel.
Then they
team.
got a varsity team, and then they got a JV team.
And they get recruited, those players. That's one of the reasons they go there, because they're under, they're visible, and so colleges look at you.
IMG gets guys from California, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania. Like IMG is like, probably the most aggressive high school recruiting team in all of America.
It looks like they have 4 teams now. One's a post-grad team.
So hold on. So that means after you've graduated, you can still play?
Well, they play junior colleges?
Yeah, they play these small colleges around the country.
Like the one you went to, Webster?
The Weber? Yeah, Weber and Jacksonville.
Did you start at Weber?
No, I was only there for 2 weeks. It was a joke.
You were there?
You went to someplace for 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Well, hold on now.
How does that happen?
You were at this one place. Where were you before Weber?
PHEC.
Right. And did Weber recruit you from there?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And Weber's football coach says, "Hey, listen, won't you come over here and play at Weber?"
Where's Weber?
Weber's in Lake Wales. He was the old Lakeland coach, so he had a good pass in. So he's like, you can come here and then transfer to any big school and play 1 year, because I was playing baseball. And when I got there,
which was your mistake? First mistake.
Yeah, first mistake was that. And then he decided, okay, well, you can come here for 1 year, build yourself up, and then you can transfer to wherever you want to go. And when I got there, it was a joke. It was a joke. I had 3 roommates in the size of Bubba's closet.
Didn't you say that even you couldn't even you had to tape your own ankles?
Yeah, they didn't have the trainers there yet. They were only coming when
Dan,
school
can you
started.
imagine you going there to get ready for practice, and you go sit on the table, and they're like, "We don't have anybody tape your ankles. We don't have
brutal.
Yeah.
So was that a new program? It was like a startup?
Yeah, it was their second year, technically.
So you quit?
Yeah.
Then what?
Oh, then I just transferred.
Started gambling?
Started gambling, transferred back to USF.
All right, so Jesuit here, they're in blue, and this is one of the top programs in Tampa, Florida. I would say one of the top 20 programs in all of Florida. Consistently, they're always good. They're always competitive. They have some down years and some mediocre years, but they're always a 7-3, 8-2 team, Lummy. Always.
I don't remember the last time they had a losing record.
Yeah, I don't either. They're always state champions, state runner-ups. Like, they're just good as hell. And so this guy, it looks like the Jesuits on defense, and he's trying to run off the field. Like, maybe they got he made a mistake, and he's supposed to be off the field, right, Lummy?
Yeah.
And the coach is worried about them getting a penalty. And so the coach, now here's the one thing why this optically looks a lot worse than what it really is. In all honesty, I would say the coach probably hurt his hand more than he hurt the player. Yep. Because if I'm telling you right now, I've hit, as a defensive lineman, I've hit a guy's helmet.
With a glove on.
With a glove on.
And it hurts.
Or not even a glove on, like during practice. And I mean, your hand swells up. It doesn't matter what part of the helmet, whether you hit the ear part, you hit the crown of the helmet, you hit the back of the helmet, you hit the cage, your hand hurts. Mm-hmm. And so this guy, who now probably will never coach again, I think has been immediately terminated from Jesuit, probably got the worst end of the physicality on this right here. So he's running off. Bam!
Oh.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, it'll play again. Here we go.
And the Tigers.
So he didn't come off the field fast enough. He did the Frankie. They were trying to get the play. They needed to get him off the field. He wasn't running off the field fast enough. They had to call a timeout.
I know, but me and you don't punch Frankie in the head.
No. No, we don't.
We just tell Frankie, you dumbass, get off the field. Sorry, coach.
And the Tigers.
See, and again, aesthetically, this looks horrible.
Right. But that didn't hurt the kid at all.
Aesthetically.
The kid's not even reacting to it.
No, aesthetically, this looks absolutely horrible, and he has put Jesuit in no other situation than to let him go.
Do we have the name of the coach?
Yeah, I'm sure it's in there.
Because I do jiu-jitsu with a coach at Jesuit.
Here we go. Boom. Takes his. You take now. Boom. Now again, it's not
Nothing.
that. I've had. Let me tell you something. Coach Martin Woody, he yoked my ass up. Our coaches back in the day, they grab your face mask, and then they turn your head all the way to the side like this. Clem, what? Why in the hell are you always jumping off sides, you fat ass? Sorry, Coach. I'll tell you how sorry you are. Everybody gets down and does 15 push-ups because Clem is such a stupid ass. He's fat. He's stupid. He can't even count to 2. He jumped on 1. And your head sort of like this. Yeah, Coach, so sorry. Get out here and give me push-ups. And everybody knows this is because of Clem's so fat, stupid.
Yeah, well, video cameras came out, and that stopped.
Do you think it's because he used closed fist and not an open fist?
I don't think it matters. I really don't think it matters.
It didn't matter. He struck him in the helmet.
If he would have hit him with an open hand, he might have maybe not hurt his hand as bad. But I mean, close. Just the whole act in itself is really not good looking on. It's just bad. It's just bad. Here we go. This is I think.
The Tigers.
And of course, the mom and the dads have gotten together. This might be, Jay may have ruled on this. Do they now, Dan? Will they take a vote amongst parents, or do they just step in swiftly as administrators and do something?
They stepped in swiftly as administrators and did something. And like I said, I think it looks a lot worse than it actually is.
Me too.
But in 2023, when you got video like this, you're done.
Yep, you're done.
You're done.
Trust me, video will do you in.
The video killed the radio, man.
Oh, you know who turned it? An opposing coach that was watching the game from Tampa Bay Tech turned in the
So now, see,
video.
that adds an interesting twist.
Interesting.
And the fact that nobody from Jesuit complained because they probably are looking at it much like the way we are.
Like dumbass wasn't running off the field fast enough. Come on.
And so what you do is what you do as an administrator is, Dan, you bring the guy in and you put him on double secret probation.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you even give him the rest of the season off.
I didn't even think that. I wouldn't have done that. I would have been like, dude, you can't do that, okay? Don't do it anymore.
And we're gonna write you up. We're gonna write you up saying that we had a talk with you. You displayed, conduct unbecoming of a head coach, right?
Mm-hmm.
And sign right here and know that if another one of these incidents happens this year, we're gonna have to let you go. But okay? Double secret probation. See you later. Boom. And that guy, I wouldn't even make him have to get in front of the team and apologize, or even apologize to the guy, because it was an old school, back in the day football coaching move.
Yep,
it was.
It sure was. I mean, I'm sure that guy got smacked in the helmet a couple times when he was playing.
I guarantee you, my neck was more yipped up and stretched out when Jim Dermody would take me to the side and get me all yoked up. You'd literally, I guarantee you, my neck probably hurt more.
And your back?
And my neck, my back, my pee, and my crack. No, but I guarantee you, my head suffered more vertebrae extensions than this guy just getting one little whap. That was just a whap. And hold on, that guy, that football player, gets that type of whap on his helmet nearly every play.
Yeah.
If you're a lineman, which I think that guy was, or a linebacker, like you literally, we've played the line, Dan, you haven't, but listen, if you're a lineman, I
played offensive line in Pee Wee football.
You're with a football helmet on?
Yeah.
Okay. Your helmet, when you get to the bigger levels, when your helmet, Lummy, every play you're getting slapped in the head, hit in the head. And back in the day, let's be honest, just until recently, we were taught to lead with our head.
Yep.
Now that's changed in the targeting rules that we in the concussion protocol and stuff that we live in now. But remember, hips low, back straight, head up,
face down, ass up.
Lead with your head, and perfect
ass down, face up.
Oh,
and a perfect tackle, Lummy, would be if you were to put your crown of the helmet right on his face mask.
Yep.
That would, and then follow through
chest to chest, face to face.
That was a smash.
Mm-hmm.
That was a Good job, Garrison. Hell yeah. Like when you'd be doing the Oklahoma drill and you'd just, a running back would come right in.
Paralyze another player.
You'd shed the blocker, Lummy.
No one
and it
got
was
paralyzed
just,
in those hits.
Lummy,
No one
the
got
block,
paralyzed.
Lummy, you're playing like the up linebacker position. You shed the lineman, and it's just you and the 149-pound running back, and you just go right through them like you were Junior Seau. Less the killing yourself.
Yeah, they'd always say try to make them make snot bubbles.
Yeah. Yeah. And the guy would be like literally, the running back would be there going,
Yeah.
they're like, get up.
He's
Get up.
seasoned.
I sent you the tweet that supposedly got this, according to, I think it looks like Channel 10, the tweet.
Come on, Channel 10.
This is the tweet.
Everybody's just trying to get everybody. Everybody's just trying to get everybody fired. What's this?
This is the defensive coordinator. The message.
And a nice.
He's the one who was taping this, and it made it
right
public.
hook.
The Tampa Bay Tech defensive coordinator, who was watching the game, is the one that posted it online.
Oh,
which made Jesuit supposedly do something about it.
Kid looked like he was hustling too.
Kid was trying to say,
he's like, "What's going on, Coach?"
And he's like saying, "Coach, sorry, Coach, sorry."
What did you say, Coach?
Hold on.
Oh, that's what she said.
That actually didn't even look. That doesn't look as bad.
I know.
Close up.
It doesn't even look that bad.
Almost looks open-handed.
Yeah, it does almost look open-handed.
Hold on. You know how
Is it
Dan
a
they have.
shove, not a punch?
You know how Dan they have rules. And they call them a football move. Like if you catch the ball and the receiver does like a
shift,
what they call a football move.
Yes, I know. I know.
And it's like that would be like a step plus a
step in a direction.
Right. And then a guy would hit the ball out, and they'd be like, "That was a fumble because the guy had position." Yes.
Ting, ting.
Possession, did a football move.
Yeah, it was a football move. That was just a head coaching move. That's what head coaches do.
Mm-hmm.
They slap you upside the head, tell you to get, come on, Garrison, quit jumping offside, you dumbass.
It did look like a slap in the close-up version of it.
It was a football coaching move.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Pussification.
So where'd the coach post?
He's coach. Probably he's done.
He just said,
He said,
no, the defense coordinator from the other team posted it, the Tampa Bay Tech.
And what was his comment?
You should never reach a point where you find it necessary to engage in this. This is quite shameful. Coaches are shaping young athletes into great football players. And they talked to the player, the Jesuit did, and the guy's like, I'm not hurt. I'm fine.
It's fine. It was just...
Then that should be talking to the player and his parents.
And
if his parents and that guy didn't think it was a big enough deal. Now, if that guy was like, man, yeah, I really rang my bell and I was seeing stars, okay, that's different. But he didn't. He said that was no big deal. And
it's like the difference between a spanking and a beating. You know? I mean, it's not like, you draw blood, you knock him out. It's just,
My mom used to spank my ass like 2-3 wham wham whammers.
But she didn't take a whip to your naked back.
She didn't.
She didn't try to jump you out though.
She didn't. She didn't try to jump me out, but she didn't tie me to a tree and have one of these big bullwhips.
She wanted to, boy.
Well, I think the problem is they got 1.5 million views, and then all the comments after it, they just you just read them.
It went viral.
See. Yeah, it did.
It went viral.
I tell you who I got heat with. I got heat with the defensive coordinator that turned him in. That little bitch.
Scouting.
Yep.
That little bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Let's find out who that little bitch. Let's find out who that little bitch is.
Kevin Hobbs, former NFL player.
Yeah. Scumbag.
Woke ass Karen bitch. Sorry.
And just so you know, hot dog.
There's not enough soap in the world to make him clean up his act.
Get out of my sight!
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Put yourself over.
His name isn't anywhere. I don't know who he is.
Yes. I know Mosh needs one because he needs some protein and get some strength in those fucking fake muscles.
Oh my God.
Hey, let me get a hold of Crick. See if she's still here. What size do you think Paul is? T-shirt wise.
Wait, extra large 2X?
2X,
I'll find out.
please.
2X. Get him a 2X care pack. Scout doesn't like Diacos.
Oh no, I think she likes Dan, right?
She likes
Not
me most
really.
of the time. I've made her pee a couple times, but I tried to scare her one
Oh, I
time.
thought Dan was. I thought Dan walked outside.
No. Anna walked outside.
Oh. She got that much heat with Anna?
It looks like it. I would punt her like a football punt.
So Dan, you got your new esthetician?
Yes. Very excited about her starting. I can't say anything about her yet because she's under contract.
Amy esthetician. Can we call her that?
Huh?
You went. That's a
She's
terrific.
not an esthetician.
Huh?
She's a physician's assistant. She's way better than an esthetician.
What is this, the new Tampa Bay Grand Prix? Oh no. She's a physician's assistant?
Mm-hmm. So like she can do minor surgeries. She can do all kinds of stuff. Lasers. The bathroom back in just a minute.
We'll do super
Super Beats next.
to get it over with.
You Seth Wiley.
All right, so next week, you know what? We don't have super beats this week. We had it the week.
13th.
Huh?
Yeah, you're right. It's
All right, I'm good. That makes it better.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna talk about the new gimmick that I had a meeting about.
Good for you. Dark match. Need more.
Should I even say, I can say Bubba Army Radio, can I? And have people go peruse around, or should I not?
I probably wouldn't.
You wouldn't?
No, from what we've talked about the past couple of days.
Okay. Even though I just said it now, hot mic.
Oof. We might get a long email from Mike if that happens. There we go. Iggy. Leave that wiener alone. What's up, Gary Lee Cantrell?
Now, Dan, you're gonna know what we're talking about. Don't blurt it out.
Okay.
Because you sometimes.
Thank you for telling me ahead of time.
Because sometimes you're a
I won't say
blurter
shit.
outer. Okay.
Okay. Now, thanks for warning me. I'm coachable.
I don't know about that. Nobody's made a comment about my Band-Aid on my. I cut myself shaving today.
You talked about it. You mentioned it. Nelly, we started singing the Nelly song.
Oh, but we didn't really get into why I had it. Did I?
said you cut yourself shaving.
Oh, okay. Well, that just shows you how much I'm deteriorating. Wow.
All right,
Shows you how much I'm
Also, I
deteriorating.
got a pack ridge. that I've been-
I'm deteriorating right in your own fucking front eyes.
In a country somewhere in the third world, the CIA is using this broadcast as torture to extract information about terrorists.
On your shoulders and legs with Craig the Bulldog, your cardio, abs, calves.
He thinks Evan is doing his patriotic duty.
Oh, yeah, my pleasure, too.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lum, are we cool with Big Mike from Southwest Florida Golf Carts? FLGolfCarts.com on your website?
Yeah, I talked to him a couple weeks ago. He's just been slammed.
Yeah, he did great stuff.
A lot of old people going down his way. Snowbirds.
Love him. I think I've asked a few questions. Just maybe you didn't have my new number.
Oh yeah.
But love that guy. And if you're looking for an e-bike or a golf cart or anything, go to FLGolfCarts.com. You can ship to anywhere in the country. That's where I got my e-bike, the Merch Cricks e-bike, my kick-ass golf cart. He converted my stepfather, God bless his little soul, before he died on R.I.P. January 3rd. Hold on. I think my stepdad, Eddie, died the same day as Daddy Joe's funeral.
Yes.
Yes, it was.
Yes.
That's why you couldn't attend.
Because you know, Dan, I would not have missed that.
Of course not, Bubba. You were there on his deathbed. I mean, my God.
I know, but I'm just saying,
you're excused.
Okay. Because I was dealing with
your own deathbed.
I was dealing with my stepdad just died, and boy,
Right.
that's when
Unexpectedly.
Yeah, not.
And really, unfortunately, and maybe negligently.
Oh my Lord. I wish I could have been to see, just because, one, to pay respects to the man that I loved so very much, that was the only person that could really talk any sense into you. I'm sorry, that really was the only person that you really were genuinely scared of. Right?
Yeah.
Not scared of, but like you just,
Really,
you'll engage Steve, you'll engage Jay, you would lightly engage your dad.
Yes, very lightly.
Lightly.
Very
like,
lightly.
You know, with Steve, it'd be like, Steve, you're an idiot. I swear to God. You'd be like, Dad, I don't know if it's quite going to go that way or not. Right? That's how you would be with Daddy Joe.
Mm-hmm.
And then secondly, I'm mad that I missed the funeral because you went up and just nailed it like a pimp. Like you straight were the, is it called patriarch if you're the father? No.
Yes.
Yeah, patriarch. You're truly representing as the patriarch of the family. Gave an unbelievable speech.
Well, thank you.
Did you write anything down, or you said you didn't?
No, did it off the top of my head.
Jesus.
No notes.
It was a great speech.
No note. But the, as the patriarch, it was my duty.
It really is.
I was really, concerned about breaking down, but I just looked at it. Watching, and I've said this before, watching someone in pain is difficult. But when you can, exclude all of the distractions and just focus on trying to save their life, you can sometimes, block the sound and block the distractions and block the event that's happening around you and just focus on the immediate task. And somehow I was able to focus because I didn't write it down and because I wasn't reading. I didn't want to have to read copy with, tears in my eyes. And I was really carefully choosing every word and based the eulogy partially on what I heard in the hour leading up to it when all these people came up with stories.
Based your eulogy on kind of your immediate surroundings.
I only saw one person in my life do that, and it was Coach Dungy. Coach Dungy went to a medical...
He's a class act.
He's one of the most amazing people in the world, and he's going to come on the radio shortly. We already talked about it.
Perfect.
He went to a medical meeting. Dad brought him to a medical meeting when he first came as coach, and it was like the Tampa Bay Surgical Society or something. And he, for an hour, talked to everyone in the meeting. Talked to everyone. Everyone gave him hugs and shakes hands, and you're doing a great job. And he was very popular. He spoke to everyone. Everyone had a little story. Then he got up at the end, and he did a 30-minute little presentation. 90% was based on what he heard
on the
that
intel
night.
that he had just got.
And no uhs, no ums, and no notes. It was brilliant. And it was inspiring. And I was like, I want to learn how to speak like that. And that's what that's what I'm trying to do in life. Get better.
So anyway, we had a meeting yesterday, and I told Dan not to blurt it out because he probably knows about what our meeting was about. Operation If You Know, You Know, Lummy?
Yes.
And I'm very, very excited on this. And I wanted to know, Rhett and Macho Man's feelings because they were in the meeting and they've been the ones that are implementing this new thing. Were you? I'm not going to say blown away, but I'm going to say blown. Were you not kind of taken back by how cool this thing's becoming?
Yeah, it looks cool. Macho's in the rec room.
Oh, well, you sounded very convincing there, Rhett.
No, yeah, it's really cool.
Permeating enthusiasm.
I think it's exciting.
Let me.
You just
I'm
gotta
not
get
even
dialed
going to
in a
talk. I'm
little
not
bit
even
further.
talking.
I know that they're.
Yeah, I know. But
trying
let
to
me,
figure some stuff
it's
out.
going to be super cool.
Oh, super.
From the search engine to just, oh my God.
So cool.
It's so cool. Anna doesn't know what we're talking
I have no
about.
idea. Never
She knows
do.
what we're talking about, but she's not invited to the meeting.
No, but I did get all the updates and the messages.
Oh, Jesus.
Does it feel like high school, Anna?
Yeah.
Getting excluded from the meeting?
Yep.
So
All
Trump
over again.
Trump was
You're
in
a good
federal
sport.
was in federal court. Of course, they're not allowing any any photography or any video or any audio.
But we get cool caricatures.
And it's in the standard federal court.
It's not federal.
Well,
this is state court.
Well, then they're not allowing.
That's the judge's discretion
Well,
because he
you-
doesn't want to give.
He's only
Trump-
allowing artist renderings and then written report as to what's happening during this proceeding.
So interestingly, traditionally that happens in federal court because most federal courts will not allow a camera in, but in state courts it's up to the judge. But a judge that's being maybe less than fair doesn't want that stuff being videoed, because if we had video of the judge slamming his hand on the table in frustration with a witness that's trying to state his answer in an open-ended question. They weren't cross-examining him. They were giving him open-ended questions. And so he's allowed to go off a little bit and go a little bit on a tangent. It's part of being able to state your answer. You can give a complete answer. And so this judge who has tried to prevent Trump from saying anything, prevent the lawyers from saying anything, also doesn't want his potential bias to be exposed by having cameras in the room and
By allowing Trump to talk.
And by allowing Trump to talk, by allowing Trump to continue answering his question. He was almost threatening to throw Trump off the stand and not even allow him to answer the questions. He ruled in a summary judgment that county assessments are the same as the fair market value of a piece of property.
When they're not.
Which they're not. Anyone that owns a house for more than 10 years knows, especially in Florida, knows that your tax assessment's not what you could get for the house.
No,
It's not the value. It's not the assessed
that
value.
doesn't even matter if you're in Florida. If you're in Indiana, if you're anywhere, like for instance, I'll give you some figures. My tax assessment at my place in Tierra Verde was $1.3 million. But it's worth about $2.
Right.
And so,
it's about 60%, maybe half, maybe
Right.
less than half, depends on how long you've owned it. I remember my dad's house, because he had sold it and held it for like 20 years on West, open water off of West Shore.
Right, open dock, open bay.
The assessed value was like a fifth of the real value.
Right.
And it's just because once they assess your house,
Assessed value is probably $750.
Yeah,
you probably
they
could
go-
have got $3.5 for it.
Right, they can only jump so many percentage points because they can't
Millage.
jack up your
millage.
Yes, but the millage doesn't change, but your value changes. And so what they'll do is annually they'll increase the value of your house by like 5%. But that way your taxes don't go up, precipitously.
I just don't understand this. Whether you're leaning one way or the other, whether you love Biden, you love Trump, or you just think that the whole thing's a rat race, it doesn't matter to me. I could care less what you think, I think. I try to play this fairly straight down the middle. I probably lean a little Trump, but that's just because I see the current guy in there. Hey man, I wanted to give the current guy a chance. Mm-hmm. I did. I wanted to give and if the current guy was nailing it, I'd be saying he's nailing it.
Well, I mean, just look at the parameters. Just look at the parameters.
But if he was,
Yeah.
Mike, let's just be honest. Let's just be intellectually honest. Bill Clinton, he kind of nailed it. We had a balanced budget. We were in no wars. Kind of everything was kind of everybody was kind of that was kind of in the middle of the .com Boom.
It was a happy time.
It was a good time.
People were happy.
Everybody was making money. There were no wars. It was a pretty good time. Really was. That's about the last time I can think we were having a good time.
No, we were having a really good time from 2016 until March of 2020.
You're right.
We were blowing it out.
You're right. Then after Clinton, George W. took over, and he got us in a nonsensical weapons of
conflict or two.
Weapons of mass destruction. So he's guilty of the military industry complex. Then you got Barack Obama, and he kept the Afghanistan 20-year gimmick going.
And then rekindled the racism that had really decreased after, and I've said this before, after September 11th, 2001. Americans thought of themselves
as
Americans, as one unified country. Didn't matter if you were black or white. No one saw race. No one saw, and the police were revered. The fire department were revered, respected, and things were great. And then leading up to the 2008 election, Obama made it a point to make racism a contentious issue.
I thought he did that mostly during his second term.
No, he did it before he even started.
The Wall Street.
He did it before all
Wall
that.
Street deal.
He did it before all that.
He kind of started it.
You were like in elementary school.
I understand, but I mean, I have history
remember.
books.
No. The history books lie, and so if you live history and then you read the books, you can see there's a distinction between what happened and what's being told is what happened. But he started off with racism. And as soon as he was president in 2008, everything was about race. That professor, the beer summit, all that crap was about race. And he stoked it and made it bigger and bigger and bigger. And I blame Barack Obama singularly for the racism problems we have today. He started it. We were solving it. We were getting past it. We were integrating schools. Black and white people had no problems with each other. But Barack Obama, thank you, President Obama, for giving us racism 2.0 on steroids.
So I'm not one way or the other, but it seems like, man, they're really putting this Trump dude through a lot of nonsense, and it just on its face value, it looks so skewed, so not fair. You got a Democratic judge who has automatically already told Donald Trump that he was what? A fraud.
A liar.
And
guilty.
He's not allowing any footage from the courtroom. Now, this isn't federal. This is state. Mm-hmm. Now, federal does have a rule. The federal judicial system has a rule where, and I think it's a very antiquated, stupid rule, where the only news that can be extracted from a federal proceeding would be, one, they have an artist rendering of various pictures or the judge overseeing.
Which is like 1919 technology.
Right.
I mean, we're like 100 years behind.
Right.
Come on.
And then there's no audible recording. It can only be written. Reporters can be in there writing stuff and testimony, but nothing can be recorded. Now, I don't like it on the federal level, but I can see where you're continuing the tradition of our forefathers on the federal level. I think it should be let it eat. Let's get as many cameras in there as we can, as many microphones, and so that the American public can truly understand the dynamics of that courtroom on the highest level, the federal. So
I think if the defendant, I'm sorry.
The federal level has that rule. We can't do anything about it right now, but
I think if the defendant says it's okay for cameras, the camera should be okay. It should be up to the defendant. If the defendant says I want this private, keep it private.
I don't think so. I think it should be a rule under the Sunshine Freedom of Information Act, under our First Amendment right to know what's happening in our courtrooms. It's a courtroom. It's a courtroom of the public. It's a courtroom of public opinion. It's presided over a public elected official, and it's being tried by public elected officials. So it's a very public matter, is it not? In fact, most state courts the public is invited to attend if vacancy warrants. Am I not right? Dan, if you and I today were within dress code, I think courtrooms now allow shorts. I don't know. But let's just say, Dan, I had a pair of big boy jeans on. You had your $1,400 slacks on, and there was this high-profile case that was happening. And, Dan, we wanted to go watch the guy that attacked the jogger that our lawyer friend had to shoot at, okay?
Right.
And we wanted to go watch his indictment or go watch his sentencing or just go watch the trial in itself. The state of Florida versus Scumbag USA. You and I, after we went through the metal detectors and we all checked out, we have the right to go watch that proceeding.
Yep.
As long as
it's called a public trial.
Right. It's called a public trial.
Public trial for a reason.
And so a public trial should be
public.
It should be public.
It's not that simple. It's not that difficult.
And since Anna can't make it, but she's still interested in this trial, she should be able to tell her turn her TV on or whatever and watch this trial.
Mm-hmm.
If you are able to attend it, you should be able to tape or to record it.
I
100%
agree.
And I don't understand how a state court in New York can clamp down the cameras and clamp down the audio so that we can't hear or see any of it. And all that we can hear or see are the, various journalists that are covering it and an artist and an artist that's doing a rendition. And then to top it all off, the judge puts a gag order on the defendant. And the defendant, now see, I've been part of 4 trials. I was never given a gag order, and I couldn't even fathom a judge telling me that I don't have the ability to use my stage, my job, my forum to talk about my case.
It's
like I would be like, can you imagine during the MJ case if they would have brought to Jay and Greg Herring, guys, we're going to go ahead and put a gag order on Mr. Clem. Mr. Clem cannot speak about this on the air. And hell, that was half of my defense. I knew when the jury was traveling to court, and I would just lay it on thick. I'd lay it on thick as hell, bitch. Can you imagine if they told me I couldn't do that?
No, it would be almost as if the judge were trying to deplatform him.
Yeah.
And sort of, violate his First Amendment right to freely speak.
That's what the judge is doing. He's deplatforming him.
He's deplatforming him. He's trying to cancel Trump. And by having cameras in there would give Trump a venue to voice his opinion.
Well, it would at least show what the temperature of the room is. It would show how these questions are going. It would show the outbursts from the judge. It would show the outbursts from Donald. It would show things that we all want to see.
Yep.
Even if you hate Donald Trump, you want to see him throwing a fit, don't you?
Right, yes.
Even if you like Donald Trump, you want to see the judge that's screwing him.
And I want to see that lawyer.
Oh, that hot one? Oh, yeah.
I included a video where she's talking to the press.
I got it. So this is Donald walking out of the courtroom. And the reason why everybody has to ask him all these questions is because they're not allowed to be in there. And this is not on the federal level. This is on the state level.
Trump, how's it going in there?
Hey, Trump, how's it going there?
He seals his lip. My lips are sealed.
Yeah,
he can't talk.
He can't talk.
That's shameful. How is that okay? How is that okay? And Joe
I don't
Brzezinski,
understand.
You have the Senate Majority Leader threatening the federal Supreme Court justices. So he wasn't threatening the judge. He didn't say, I'm going to kill the judge. He says the judge is crooked. The judge is not being fair. The judge has an agenda.
Why is there somebody trying to
trump
up some
it's okay to threaten judges, attorneys, and other people? He didn't threaten anybody.
Didn't he call the judge a hack?
He called him a hack. He can make that statement. He can say anything. What? He didn't say the judge touches little kids.
Calling a judge a hack is not threatening him.
Nope.
Is not threatening his family.
But it is threatening?
No. All he is doing is giving you his opinion of how good you are at your profession.
Yep.
You're a hack.
You
suck.
It is threatening when the state attorney is sitting in the front row scowling at Trump as he's testifying, and she has nothing to do with the litigation of this case. That woman has been going to the courtroom every single day.
You mean much like Mark Ober tried until Greg kicked him out?
Yeah, you can't be there. And I can't believe that she hasn't been kicked out of these proceedings. It's freaking shameful. This is just like the Salem witch hunts, the book I just read from Bill O'Reilly, Killing the Witches. It is before you're even accused.
Should ask Bill that, man. This is, in a roundabout way, this is the same thing that Trump's going through on the state level in New York.
It absolutely is. He says that in the end of the book. This is happening all around us. We need to stop it. We need to stop the execution before the trial.
Donald Trump attorney Alina Habba, is that what you say your name?
Yes.
Tears into unhinged Judge Arthur, whoever the hell, orangutan, for going red in the face, slamming the table and telling her to sit down. See, we need to see all this.
Right. Exactly.
We need to see all this. Is it here? Right here?
I think so.
This is, I thought, when she spoke to the media.
The press.
Wow.
She's very eloquent, too, by the way. She's a good speaker.
She's very hot, too.
That's why I included it.
To hear what he has to say. That was what rang true, loud, and could not have been more honest, coming from the judge who has already predetermined.
Want to make it a touch louder?
Committed fraud.
What?
Make it a touch louder.
I can't make it a touch louder.
You can't pot it more.
That's up there, and my pot's all the way. Now you just have me do that. Now you just see what you just did. See, Anna, can you just see when sometimes I had it already set?
Being paid as an attorney, and
there
why
it is.
exactly
That's the same.
Dollars being
That's
used?
the same as it was.
Okay.
I already had it everything.
Used in this courtroom. The answer is very clear. Because Miss James wants to stand right here like she did this morning.
Maybe giving me a little more credit before you're critical with me. Credit before critical. Credit before critical.
Great job on the volume. Can you turn it up a little bit? That's all.
No, I had it turned up all the way from the get-go.
Right, but you could turn up on the fader on the board.
Come here right now. Come here. Come right here. Come right here. Because this is pissing me off. Come here. And I want you to look at my fader.
It's all the way up. It's all the way up.
Do you feel like Star Trek? Like you're...
Don't question me, Anna. Like that's like for real. Like that's just like stop.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Stop trying to get me on some kind of, technicality, because you're not going to get me. Yeah. I got the fader all the way up. I've pre-watched the story and I have the volume all the way up. But you just having to be whatever the hell you think you have to be at times with me. Try to throw me a curveball to throw me. I've been through that phase and I don't like it. So please stop.
It's like you trying to tell her how to put a tampon in.
Well, no, it's not even that. This is a public thing. That would be private. But she doesn't need to just always try to bust my balls and catch me on a whodunit. I got it all the way. Trust me. If I make a mistake, I'll be the first one to tell on myself. Stop doing that, please. Will you please stop doing that?
Yes.
You do it every day. You try to get me on some kind of little, and it throws me off and pisses me off. It's like, God damn, you're on my team.
And call my client a liar. Call the company fraudulent. And make a name for herself. She said this morning that the numbers don't lie, and they won't lie in this case. Well, Miss James, I have a message for you. The numbers didn't lie when you ran for governor, and that's why you dropped out. And the numbers don't lie when President Trump runs for office in 2024. And those numbers are loud and clear. This country is falling apart. And if we don't stop corruption in courtrooms where attorneys are gagged, where attorneys are not allowed to say what they need to say to protect their clients' interests. It doesn't matter what your politics are. Everyone has a right in this country.
See, I've never seen this.
Bubba, they're being so gagged, the lawyers were afraid to make a motion for a mistrial because they didn't want to violate their gag order. They had to ask permission from the judge if they could make a motion for a mistrial and have to do it purely written because they'd be otherwise violating the gag order. I've never heard of this in my entire life. And you can ask Jay, who's been in the courtroom for 25 years. I think this is disgusting. And people on both sides should be concerned because when the DOJ or when the legal system is weaponized, no one is safe. That's how communism started. That's how fascism started. That's how Nazism started, kids. You want this kind of control? It goes both ways. And as soon as you say the one dumbass thing by accident that they don't like, then you're next. And you're the bullseye, and watch it go.
Trust me, I know.
I know. We've seen it. We've seen corruption.
I've been off Tampa radio now going on 8 years because I'm blackballed from Tampa radio. Period. And it's never going to change. Maybe I can go into words. Maybe Jay will be back in time because this is certainly something he needs to be talking about.
I began to hallucinate and thought a houseplant was talking to me.
Prescription medication.
Oh, man.
Prescription medication.
Rare delicacy.
It takes a lot of great prescription medication to make the show sound this mediocre. The Bubba the Love Sponge show returns after these words.
The sit-in?
They talked about kind of what you said about the Attorney General.
Not supposed to be there. She shouldn't be there. They're never there.
They did research and they're like,
never happens.
When has it never Attorney General ever sat in a court?
And she's there the entire fucking time.
They're like
scowling at Trump as he's trying to testify.
They're like attorney and laughing when he talks. Attorney General.
What the fuck are you doing there? She should be distancing herself from it if she was smart. But obviously she's not that smart.
She wants to run for governor.
She wants to be governor. What's up, Finn 212?
Took endlessly.
This was a watermelon.
So Dan, we're gonna leave you at a hard 9.
Oh really?
Yeah, because I gotta swing Jay in because I got my guest that comes in at 9.
Okay.
So I gotta put him on Jay's mic and then Jay on your mic. So
okay, that's fine. I want to meet him though.
Yeah, well, no, of course, yeah.
I've always been a fan of his.
Of course.
I love that guy. Way he used to cut promos and stuff, I loved it. I can identify with him. You mediate? We've gone to mediations. I'm like a mediator now. No, the lemonade, Arnold Palmer's are not my go-to. I like the peaches and the watermelons the most. If I drink too many of those lemonade ones, I get acidy. And by the way, it's a damages trial right now. They said they already determined guilt. Who was damaged? He paid back every loan. There was no damage. You know what I'm saying? For there to even be a civil case, there has to be permanent damages or some kind of objective damages. And what are the damages if he paid back all his loans? Right. None. Zero. There's no damages. They want to go after $250 million for no damages? Now, if he did $1 million loan and defaulted on it.
Okay, buddy.
What about FTX? He has damages. Billions of dollars in damages. It's completely different. His fraud.
Restitution should be billions. I saw that yesterday, man. She's fired up.
This guy just keeps smiling quietly.
They've all got great courtroom faces. They all have a great resting face. You can see. Look at it right now in that screen. They all have a specific. You have to get one when you know you're going to be on camera. It's Chris Kaiser's resting face, and that's hers.
Mm-hmm.
And Trump's got, look at that scowl.
Mm-hmm.
It's unreal. And they very rarely, their facial expressions do not change.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really tight trial team. Bubba would have Dasani water sitting next to the jury so they could see it. You work for Coke? I drink Coke products the whole trial.
Yeah.
Haven't tried strawberry dreams, but I will.
Again, remember that thing we used to put under the couch to keep it from doing this? This couch does that. I find myself like by the end of the show, I'm like, should get one of those things.
A little piece of plastic or something.
They make it. Just look it up on Amazon with you one day.
Yeah, may this words be with you.
Warning, the following program contains objectionable content, which may cause oral discomfort. This is the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Jay's on time and just in time for us to continue to break down the Donald Trump stuff that's going on in New York City. Just on the surface, even let's say that you're Johnny, let's say maybe even that you're Johnny Blue leaning. Okay, let's just say maybe you're Johnny, because I got some friends that are blue leaning. But just on the face of what we're facing here, this doesn't seem so unfair to the point where, like, what if Joe Biden was facing this? And the problem being that Joe Biden inflated the value of some of his homes and properties and what have you in Delaware or wherever the hell he lives. And he went and got loans for whatever. He went and got loans
for another house
and other projects using what he reported as assets that they say he inflated the value. But Joe, in full cool Joe kick-ass fashion, he paid off all of those loans. He paid them off. He's like, okay, maybe just one particular house, I raised it up a couple hundred and this and that. But you know what? There are no victims and there's no crime because the banks and whoever loaned the money got paid back in full, no late payments, no nothing. So just on the surface, take the Republican, take the conservative, take the liberal, take the Democratic. Take your political affiliation out of it. Take Joe Biden. He's not the president, and Donald Trump's not formerly the president and potentially a candidate. They're not. They're just Donald Trump and Joe sleepy-ass Biden. Does the average, how many other people have done this in New York?
This has never happened, ever.
I mean, I don't know. It probably happens all the time.
Oh,
no. There's a trial.
The
charges.
This has never occurred in all of New York State's history. No one has ever been charged with this.
Right.
This is the first time.
Nobody has ever
all of
been
these
charged.
Are firsts, by the way.
And first of all,
all four.
Nobody has ever been charged with this specific crime because this isn't a crime.
Nope.
And that being that I filled out some paperwork. You may think that my property is worth X. I think it's worth Y. I was able to convince some banks to loan me some money based on my property. I paid the loans off. There in itself is whether the crime happened or not.
Right. And there's a
whether
difference
you
between
paid off your loans or not.
And there's a difference between what Sam Bankman-Fried did with his cryptocurrency, where he intentionally defrauded his investors to the tune of $1.5 billion, and he spent it on Democratic elections and contributions, and then he hid it. He's got a lot of victims. There's a lot of people that he owes money to because he intentionally defrauded them.
There's a lot of people
Trump did
that
not intentionally defraud anyone, and they do this on purpose so that they can call him a fraud, and so that they can try to strip him of what we all know.
Well, let me just ask. Can I ask you just one question?
100%.
Okay, just ask one question. How many people got shorted how much money from the Donald Trump stuff?
0 and 0.
Thank you. I have no more further questions.
Here's the other thing.
I'm just saying, like,
case, you were pretty good.
There's my case.
Pretty good.
I mean, that's it.
So
that's it.
Here's the other thing. If you were loaning someone money and they were giving you collateral and they said, okay, this is worth, I'm giving you this watch. It's worth $10,000.
Well,
you as the loan,
loaning Jason money
as a person that you're giving the loan.
That'll never happen.
As the person that's giving the loan, you have the pretty much duty to determine if that watch is worth the collateral that it's being.
The bank has a fiduciary duty to its investors to make sure that they only give loans that are to appropriate people. And so Dan's right. And there's a disclaimer on it. And like we talked about yesterday, when people are at this level of real estate and personal financial statements for corporations, they rely heavily on the people that are providing advice and counsel, real estate appraisals, and accounting advice and counsel. But, you talked about something that was really something I remember about your case, and that is no one stifled your First Amendment rights to talk about the trial.
Yeah, it's a wonder they never tried to do that.
They did, but you remember what happened is Phil Campbell brought his computer to a hearing where you called the judge an idiot, I think. And so afterwards, I said, could you do me a favor, just not call him any names? Yeah. But I never said stop talking about the case, and no one ever tried to stop you from talking about the case. Now, I did say, please don't talk like to a juror.
Right.
And you just know how to toe the line, but you were able to talk about what was going on in court, what was happening. You were doing the show before you'd go into court.
Yeah.
Every day. And you talk about the trial the day before, which was, by the way, online, available for everyone to view because in Florida we have sunshine laws, which is like you're talking about. This is state court. Why don't we have a video of this old man smashing his hand on the table?
I don't understand, which just goes to show you how liberal the newspapers are, why a news source has not filed an emergency appellate hearing or something like that to get their cameras in on this deal. I know these judges think they're God, but they are governed by, somebody.
They're elected officials. They work for us.
So what I'm saying, Jay, is if you're the New York Times or the New York Post or, ABC, CBS, NBC, Fox, why aren't you filing with the DOJ or by whoever governs
the ACLU, or the NAA? Everyone who should believe in freedom of speech should be filing amicus briefs to try to make sure that he has the right to say everything he wants to say about it.
The first filing starts with the news media that files whoever the judge's bosses is saying, we want to, this is not federal, this is state, and we want to be able to cover this correctly. That's with a camera and a microphone so that we can, the George Floyd trial was televised, was it not?
Yes.
Every other trial, for the most part, outside of the Parkland.
Kyle Rittenhouse, gavel to gavel.
The Parkland shooter deal cover gavel to gavel. Like, everything the court outside of the federal level, which we've talked about that, is supposed to be truly transparent. Is it not?
Yes.
Just like I spoke about earlier, Jay, before you got here.
I was listening.
If Dan and I wanted to put our big boy slacks on and go watch a couple of cases today, as long as we make it through the metal detector and as long as we're good, we have the right. We can literally roam courtroom to courtroom.
Absolutely.
As long as we're not being disruptive.
Any hearing.
As long as we're not being disruptive, we can sneak in the back. Make sure
Not
the door.
sneak in, just walk
You
in.
can walk in the back as long as you're not
disruptive.
disruptive.
But you make sure the door doesn't slam behind you. Make sure and then just get into a pew and watch.
I used to do that as a young lawyer to learn how to be better.
Right.
I would hear that there would be a Steve Yerrid trial or whatever, or a Lula Cava trial, these guys that I really looked up to, and I know they were getting ready to do their closing argument, and I would go because I wanted to watch them and listen to them and see how they did what they did.
There were a handful of attorneys that were at you and Greg Herring's trials. You know that, don't you?
Oh, there was more than a handful.
Yeah, and I know.
A
couple
the
of them.
courtroom was packed, but also everyone I knew watched it from gavel to gavel because it was the most publicized trial in Tampa's history since your last one.
Yeah.
The hog one. So I would say if you looked up the viewership.
My hog trial was trial of the century, and then my MJ trial was trial of the century. Well, it was all within the same century.
Yep.
So what the hell does that mean?
It means that you're 4-0.
Hold on here.
Get up and put a
Man, she's beautiful.
I watched this before. They said she's going to say something. I want to comment after she says it because it's incredible.
I don't care who you are. You have a right to hire a lawyer who can put objections on the record.
Yep.
You have a right to hire a lawyer who can stand up and say something when they see something wrong.
That big ass rock on her, Danny. Look at this.
When
That
I was
rock.
told to sit down today, I was yelled at, and I've had a judge who is unhinged slamming a table. Let me be very clear. I don't tolerate that in my life. I'm not going to tolerate it here.
Here, let me comment. Now where's the video of that? This guy yelling at a woman, she said with a red face, slamming his hand, sit down. That's not appropriate if we're talking about appropriate decorum and the way you're supposed to handle yourself. The coach shouldn't have hit the kid because you're supposed to teach these young kids how to be men.
Right, exactly.
This judge is supposed to be the line of how to handle yourself when you like or you dislike a defendant. We should never know that this guy dislikes Donald Trump. He should be an unbiased arbiter of justice. Lady Justice has a blindfold when she's holding the scales.
That doesn't happen
This
with
dude
us.
doesn't have a blindfold on.
Didn't happen with us either.
He's enraged that Trump is talking. He literally said yesterday, I don't want to hear from you. The defendant, the judge who's already made his decision, I don't want to hear from you.
Right.
That's absolutely
it should be a mistrial. It should be a mistrial. It should be a complete mistrial.
How can that happen in today's world that we live in?
Well,
how
Chris
can that
Kai,
happen?
Steve's former partner, is there, and I'm dying to know how they handle this appeal because he's so calm in the pocket, and I'm curious to see how they handle their defense now, whether they put on any witnesses, whether they put on no witnesses, or whether they're just going to go straight for the appeal.
And you know what? You shouldn't either. Because not every American citizen gets a camera and a microphone.
She's awesome.
What I'm seeing is such a demise of American judicial system and democracy. Miss James came out this morning and said that she knew Mr. Trump, and she always calls him Mr. Trump because it kills her that he was the president. But the 45th president of this country, one of the best presidents we've had, has built a great company. It's worth a ton more than that statement of financial condition. And she doesn't know how to get out of it because her politics won't allow her. She calls him a bully. She says he's going to bring out racial slurs. He's going to say things today and taunt her. Well, Miss James, you taunted him.
Correct.
Before you came into office, before you saw one record, one statement of financial
They need to pressure wash those steps.
Yeah, they do.
God, Jay. Me and you are looking at Jay and Dan are listening to every legal little word. You and I are looking at those steps.
Yeah, wow.
Look. I mean, for instance,
Look.
Yeah.
How much money do you think they spent on all the extra security and infrastructure because Trump's having to go there? They could have just spent $1,000.
They could have got Big Red over there for $850, and he would have made that place look nice.
They could have got the homeless guy right down the street there to do it for about 50.
Said his
No, that homeless guy would have taken the power washer to the pawn shop for $85 to buy some crack.
And Jay, what are your thoughts on having the state attorney at the entire trial, sitting in the front row, staring at the witness as he's trying to testify?
I think it's like you said, it's an intimidation. If they're saying he can't tweet because tweeting is intimidation, then certainly sitting there scowling at him. And this is from the first day of trial. She sits directly behind him so that you can see her behind his
when Mark Ober tried that, Jay and Greg had some good news for him.
Rule of sequestration. Get out of here.
Yeah, for real.
They should call her as a witness and get her out of there.
Hold on.
2 male and 2 pale. Those are her.
Listen to that again. I'm sorry, we talked over it.
Yeah.
Because she's accusing Trump of racializing this.
Here we go.
Record. 1 statement of financial condition. You taunted him. You said his administration was 2 male and 2 pale.
How
can you say that?
Well, I mean,
that was like she was running.
Yeah, she was running.
She said he's 2 male, 2 and 2 stale.
Hold on.
Pale.
2 pale, 2 stale, 2 pale, 2 male, and 2 stale.
Here we go. Here we go.
She said that she and Michael Cohen were going to be his biggest nightmare. Where I have some news for you, Miss James. Michael Cohen folded, lied, and crumbled. Your star witness, along with all the DAs and corrupt AGs, need to be paying attention to what happens when you let us take the stand. When you let my client speak the truth, and the judge can tell me to sit down, and he can try and shorten my client's testimony, but it is loud and clear. They've got nothing.
She's awesome.
They've got nothing but their politics. She's got nothing but her Soros backing, which we discovered recently.
She's going to probably get in trouble for this because they're in a gag order.
Good, get her in trouble. I'll make the
Trump will pay it for her.
It'll make America rally behind her even more.
I'm tired of seeing it. Pay attention, America.
Mm-hmm.
Pay attention. Because when you're in court one of these days and you don't have a lawyer that has a microphone, and you don't have a lawyer that can go on TV, and you've got judges gagging them, what are you going to do? We need to fix this country. And we need to stop what is happening in...
Let me go into words because I'm running late, but this is the best thing that could happen to Donald Trump. This makes him the ultimate martyr. When she can correlate what's happening to him in a pissant little state court in New York and say... and turn that around onto every potential American that could be in a court proceeding, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's fire right there. I mean, that's including every potential person, regardless of race or ethnicity, gender, or political affiliation. Well, there's a lot of people that are going to be in courtrooms over the next couple years, and how would you like it if you were being treated this way? I don't think you would. I'll be back in a minute.
Time for another bathroom break. We'll make sure they wash their hands.
Gross, your mouth was open.
This is the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Did you get me the event?
Yeah, it's the St. Pete Bike Fest. It's on those links.
So there's what?
The St. Pete Bike Fest. It's on the links.
Oh, okay.
At the Barracuda.
Gotcha.
So we're great, and then come back.
We'll come back.
Because they're in the green room. I still let them know.
All right, tell them we'll come get them like at 9:01, 9:02.
Okay.
Then we'll switch Dan out. Dan, go introduce yourself.
Okay. Who's here?
All from Orange County Shoppers.
Oh, is he? Cool. Bob, I've always felt when I watch this stuff with Trump, I internalize a lot of what you and Stephen both went through with being the target of a public official like that, and how difficult it was to fight back for a couple decades.
Yeah, and then Stephen getting totally fucking railroaded by the good old boy fucking judicial system.
Unbelievable. The
good old boy fucking blow a phone call in, you know, not judged by what his crime was, but instead judged by who the victim was.
Yeah, and it's just the way.
And I know that we can't really elaborate on that.
I mean, also, I'm not really talking about just the due process part of you and him, and how it's like the powers that be all align with each other behind
everybody.
It really happens.
Everybody in this fucking town, to an extent, is 2 degrees of separation.
Correct.
And you know.
And you know, at those times,
And if you're on the wrong side of that,
this was always it.
And if you're on the wrong side of that, you get fucked.
Yep.
You know, and that side switches all the fucking time.
One of the things that was cool about Don King is he always left the ring with the winner. He would change like a chameleon.
You know, I recently learned, and I forgot this, I didn't remember it. Donald Trump received the NAACP Lifetime Achievement Award along with Muhammad Ali and Rosa Parks.
Right. But he's a racist.
Literally.
That they call him a racist.
Wasn't he revered in like a lot of rap songs?
Oh yeah, yeah. I'll show you a clip one time.
There's the left loved him until he announced.
There's this one guy who goes through the history of him, and it's like he talked about he was a cultural icon. He was in movies, and he said, I never heard anyone in the community walk down the escalator.
You know, like I've been in situations that we went to England.
And I think that we see that a lot in this industry and other industries as well. When you have that winning mentality, when you have that, I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it all, or a car movie, you pick. What's the best bike or car movie and why?
Easy Rider, you know, that was, I guess. That's a shit movie, you know what I mean? Right there.
Mid-size SUV, and I put about 2,000.
Did the Biden family have
I got it, definitely for sure.
All right, so we'll just do a break, like right. We'll do a 10-minute Willie here.
Okay.
And that'll have us right on time.
I'll let them know. Yeah, they're chilling in the green room.
Okay. We'll close out with Bubba Copeland here.
He doesn't care about opinion polls and research studies.
Oh, I feel safer already.
He's more concerned about getting a hot porn star for a mix-in with his wife.
Okay, good, because I want to have sex.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Paul Tuttle. I think that's how you say his last name, isn't it?
That's how I always said it, Paul Tuttle.
Yeah, Paul
Senior.
Tuttle. Paul Tuttle Sr., I should say. The inventor of Orange County Choppers circa I think the business opened up like in 1999. They went like 13, 14 years building badass bikes, and then I think, was it CMT?
Discovery.
Discovery. And then he ended up on CMT, did he not? Or was he always with Discovery? Anyway, I know he had like a 10 or 12 year run on television, which just exploded his brand. I just got a text from my buddy Gooch that said that Tony Stewart, I think, did 3 bikes with him.
Nice.
I may have watched every one of those episodes.
Yeah, I saw most of them. I loved the show. It was a great show. It was really interesting, both from, the dynamics within the family were interesting, but the actual, like...
The building part was something.
Yeah, the construction of the bikes was cool. I really liked the engineering part of it.
Yeah.
So we'll have Paul in. He's promoting, his place in off of 49th Street there, which is Orange County Choppers, which is also, I think, in conjunction with the Harley dealership. The Harley dealership is right across the street from OCC. Right, Lummy?
Yeah, the Barracuda.
Yeah, the Barracuda.
Nice place.
Which formerly was Jim's. Used to be Jim's back in the day when I was a spokesperson for him, and it was off of 54th Avenue North. And then I don't know if Paul or Bert or whoever, they went and bought that land, which was the 49er flea market.
Yeah, that was.
And they're like, listen, let's build a badass Harley Davidson place, and then right across the street, let's have a venue, a restaurant, museum, bike shop, and then a venue where you can do, I don't know, 3,000-4,000 people for people like Jackal and things like that. And they got, it's a pretty good. Have you been there before? Has anybody been there?
Since they redid it? No.
Man. I went there for a Kevin Hazlett fundraiser, and I went there for a Jackal concert, and it is awesome. The food's great. Service is great. The facility's great. I'm happy for Paul.
Yeah, they got the St. Pete Bike Fest, the 16th through the 19th. That's going to be held down there.
Probably there.
Yes.
Yeah, that they have big bike and car shows.
That's awesome.
Man, I don't know. I'm not trying to be a dick or nothing. Maybe they're listening. I don't know, but I don't know how the people across the street stay in business. I mean, for the longest time, they were the only ones around. That's where everybody went, and then Paul rolls up in there with his new joint, and I don't even know how they try to,
Yeah,
I don't know how they stay in business. They're like, man, those people were rolling for like 10 years. Let me being like, man, we got a 49er flea market across the street from us. Man, we're gonna make $1 million every year. And then Paul rolls in with his concept, and they got to be like, oh my God.
They're pretty much the overflow.
Wow.
So we'll have Paul in here momentarily. Inside the secret life of Bubba Copeland, how an Alabama mayor and a pastor adopted a second persona online, becoming a transitioning curvy girl called Brittini before killing himself. Well, wouldn't it be herself?
That's true.
I think that's correct. That's misgendering.
I think he was just like a drag
that's inappropriate misgendering.
Oh, okay.
He was just a cross-dresser, if you can even say that.
Well,
listen, you know what I think you can say is I think you can say the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And so what was Bubba?
He was a man.
Okay. And he didn't live life as a woman. Anna, he said he would just go out on special shows and be a girl.
I think somewhere like in the deep corners of the internet.
Yeah,
but
the hypocrisy of a mayor and a pastor.
Why would you post it?
Right.
Have you seen a picture of her?
No.
Yeah, if you scroll down.
Let me see. Is this okay? So this
That's
is
the
Bubba.
mayor.
This is Bubba.
Okay. He looks like a Bubba, though, right?
Yeah, he does.
That's a Bubba.
Giving us
better as
Bubba
woman,
is a bad
actually.
name. And then, whoa. I gotta
say, he's better looking as a woman.
That's what I
Hold
said.
on. I can't.
I have to admit, I'm sorry.
I had to do a regurge because I had a little bit of.
You sure?
No, hold on. If Dan didn't say it, I was gonna say it.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
I don't disagree.
He would have done better in life.
I'm thinking right now, Bubba, you got it wrong. God bless your little soul. You're dead now.
It's a shame.
But before you ate that lead, kid, I mean, you needed a friend like me or Dan or Jay or somebody take you aside and said, Bubba, you don't look that damn bad as a girl.
No, he looks awesome.
Hotter than his wife.
Yeah.
Just scroll
Bubba.
down, you'll see the whole family.
Bubba.
He's hot there.
Bubba, we can turn this into something, buddy. Like, don't eat lead. We can turn this into something, kid. For real. I mean, hold on. So there's Bubba. He looks like just a real fat, portly, portly.
Not fun. Not fun.
Yeah, he does not look fun at all.
Brittany, fun.
Yeah,
Brittany
hold on.
looks fun.
Yeah, but I'll tell you this. Hold on. Any more pictures of Britt? No. I think all we got.
That one picture was awesome.
Hold on.
She looks awesome.
That short,
Gross.
fat.
Yeah, disgusting.
Looks like a shorter, fatter version of John Morgan. Does he not?
Yeah.
Fat, thinking about transitioning. Call, pound law. That's all. And then, but look at. I mean, like that guy's got a wiener and all. But I'm just saying. You will have more people talk to you at the bar dressed up like that than dressed up like that.
I sent you 2 more pictures of her.
Who poses, by the way, who poses on train tracks?
Hillbillies.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. It's like, let's just pose in the middle of a highway.
Rednecks.
There's in small town Alabama.
Yeah, first of all,
Yeah,
Dan.
it's an aesthetic. A lot of people do it.
Dan.
Yeah.
You're the smartest guy in here. Trains don't sneak up on you, okay, buddy?
But they don't move too. That guy doesn't look like he moves too fast either, though.
But Jay, am I right? I mean, like, trains give you plenty. If Dan,
You got him on that one.
If you're not, I mean, literally, you could have both of your legs broken and you could drag yourself across the tracks before the train would hit you. It gives you that much warning.
Right.
Like they don't have the silent train that just goes and then hits you.
Nope.
Those guys, man, they know where every intersection on, and they're leaning on the horn. They're like, like that, you know.
I'm up.
So, but I'm telling you right now, if they come to me right now and say, hey, you want to hang out with the guy, you want to go to lunch with the guy on the left, or you want to go out to lunch with the guy on the left that trusts like your girl? I'd be like, I'll take the girl.
Yeah, she looks fun. She looks like it'd be a fun lunch.
Yeah.
Man, Bubba, you really should have never offed yourself. You just needed some good friends to talk you down off the deal.
She looked like she got her outfit from the Flintstones, though.
And he should say, and you know what? As a pastor, he's the mayor and the pastor. He should have been able to say, hey, listen, God loves me, whether I'm a man or I'm a man dressed up like a woman. God loves me. He knows what my soul is. He knows how I am.
Wilma Flintstone.
I'm not touching kids or trying to do bad things. I just like to tuck my wiener and put on some boobs and get. Listen, what one would think that Bubba would get more attention if you're just purely seeking attention as the woman than he does. As the man, he just looks like a portly ass, hillbilly from Georgia.
Mm-hmm. But
as a woman, I mean, now granted, that's not my first pick at 8:30 in the morning to get oral in the truck, but at 3:30 when the lights are, they're saying, last call, time to go home.
Yeah,
that's the only thing. That's the only thing that wants to give me oral in my truck.
What about so after the Riz is when the wig falls off? What do you do?
No, first of all, we're not going home.
Oh.
It's just going to happen in the parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
That's not. She's not a go. She's not a follow back girl. Come on, Danny. I mean,
there's more pictures in every article, and she used a little too much bronzer on this one.
Oh, hold on, send me some more here.
She looks pregnant.
Maybe she's pregnant. That would have been a nice twist.
Pregnant.
Men can get pregnant next year.
Did you see the Fat Steven?
Yeah, that one's not too good.
Ooh.
Oh God.
Oh.
What?
Oh.
Maybe Bubba ate the right amount of lead.
Oh, jeez.
Just the right amount.
Oh.
See, Bubba, when you got the moo-moo on, Bubba, with a little too much bronzer, that's what did you in, kid. When you looked more natural, like you're having fun, now it really looks like you're trying.
She went to the Donald Trump tanning booth.
Yeah.
Look at that. She's a little orange in the bottom half of her face. The top half's white.
When she was not really trying that hard, she looked like a man with a wig. It's a little more funner than when she's really trying. Oh, look at this one, Lummy.
Yeah.
Oh, this one will change everybody's mind. Look at this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. My boobs are that big naturally. I mean, she doesn't even have to have implants. I got man tees.
Yeah.
She does look better as a woman, though.
No, I don't think I'd look good as a woman at all.
No, she does.
Yeah, she probably looks far better as a woman than me. I'd look like a shot putter from Russia is what I would look like if I was a woman. right? I'd look like a big Bulgarian bitch that was,
Olga.
That was a discuser or something.
Discuser.
All right, let me go to words. We'll bring Paul in. We'll put Paul in Jay's spot. Okay, do a 4-screen Willie. And talk about his big bike festival that these guys. Is it next weekend or this weekend?
It's next weekend.
Good. Then we have plenty of time to talk about it.
Yep.
Paul Tuttle Sr. In the studios next. Hold on.
Believe it or not,
absolutely not.
Everything you heard about him has been toned down for easier public acceptance. The Bubba the Love Sponge show returns after these words.
Get the camera on, so.
See you guys. Have a great day. See you, Bubba.
Bye, Danny.
Friday 7. I'm going to try to find
Friday.
Show it to you.
I'll text you Dave Tate's number.
But I was just
okay?
trying to rifle off because it's a really funny video because it's a plain-spoken African-American guy on a radio program, and the real slick radio program guy is trying to talk to him about what important things are to him, and he says the 3 most important people in his life are Jesus, Martin Luther King, and Trump, and the guy just starts laughing, and then he goes through the Trump history, and that's right. I saw that. He shows all the pictures of him. It was Rosa Parks and Muhammad Ali and Donald Trump being recognized by the NAACP at the same time. That photo was left a burning impression on my head. I've always said, how do you make a guy who's promoted every boxing match? He's been in every video. He was with Michael Jackson. He was everywhere. Yeah, he was with everywhere. Always.
Watch your step, though, Paul. There's one little step over there. Hey, bud, how you doing?
Hi, thanks for coming in, Anna.
How are you?
Hi, welcome. Thanks for coming in.
What's up, man? Nice to meet you. You too. How you doing, Jay?
Hi, Paul and Bubba.
Well,
How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, you were doing a good job.
You did that.
I wanted to stay down here and watch it more, though.
Did you?
Yeah.
Well, what you should do is just bring your ass in here every once in a while.
I will.
And just fucking jump in and.
I will.
Hey, listen, we don't have time. No, we're gonna put you up here. But anytime if you ever want to come over and just bullshit, because we're just regular dudes.
Yeah, I got a lot of shit going on.
Yeah, I mean, you probably have the same opinions we do, kind of.
Absolutely.
Sometimes we're a little rough on the edges. We get a little people pissed off,
But you're still so in shape. You got
Paul, you
the
look
guns
good.
on you. Look at the guns on you, man. I need to get back in the gym.
Where you been training? Where are you training?
I just go to. I'm in Brooksville.
Okay.
And then we're in Clearwater.
Yeah.
I got a little. The gym when I go home, I stop in the gym.
Yeah. Brooksville's all
Good stuff, buddy. Looks like you still whip some ass.
Are you talking to both of them or just one?
No, probably just Paul, because I don't have enough screen.
The first headphones for you, or that
You calling me fat, Bubba? No, I'm not calling you fat. How you been?
Good, you?
Good.
Yes.
Well, your mic will be on.
Okay.
Please, does this mic work too? I just on the camera. Okay.
I have to do a wide shot.
Yeah, either
You
or.
gotta do it this side. You want me over here?
Yeah, there we go, Paul. Then we'll get that mic right up on you.
Oh, you got
Okay.
So you're living in Brooksville.
Brooksville, I got a little farm there.
And then I gotta tell you, your fucking restaurant.
It's pretty cool, right?
Food's good, right?
How many of those you got?
Just the one for now.
That they need to use as a template. They really need to use it as a
Yeah.
template. You need to get somewhere in the Midwest, like,
We
you know.
were
like-
gonna do one in
Texas.
Spring Hill.
Oh, Spring Hill, yeah, no,
It was a Harley Davidson.
Wesley Chapel.
Wesley
Oh, that's
Chapel.
good.
They put up a brand new Harley Davidson. We were talking to him. Fucking perfect.
I met Bert. I know Bert.
Yeah.
I know Bert. Yeah, I met him at the Jacker concert.
Bert's a good guy.
Yeah. But that concept where they put the Harley dealership right across the street from the fucking thing is that's the shit. That's the
Instant traffic.
yeah. And you
Oh,
can
yeah.
have bike. You know, now you have all your bike events. Now you have.
Oh, it works perfectly. The other day we did a bike night, Thursday night bike night. There was
Did you hear me talking about the Quaker State across the street?
Yeah.
They used to be the fucking shit. There was this a
I know.
49er fucking flea market across there.
That was
and then
like
when
the
you
only-
motherfuckers moved in there, like, oh fuck, we got some real shit going on.
Flea market? Where?
Yeah.
It was
Where we are now.
Where you
Yeah.
guys are now is just a fucking field with like just bullshit. You know how flea markets have like tin shanty,
Yeah.
fucking like it was just like kind of that kind of shit. Picnic tables.
The night
Then I think Bert bought it. It bought the ground.
Yep.
Yeah.
they moved it over. The night we opened, we stayed at the hotel across the street behind the Quaker State.
Yeah.
And they had a Jeep event, and I remember they were pissed because even Santos was over at the Jeep event. And all I remember is that, because I was parked over there, everybody in that Jeep event
You motherfuckers
went like
should-
this,
You,
and all of a sudden the
next
Jeeps were
week,
just-
you motherfuckers should have had a Jeep event.
Yeah, well, there is. Yeah, we did.
You have one now?
Yeah.
You got to.
Yeah.
That Jeep and shit's big.
Oh, it's crazy.
It's
I don't
fucking-
understand it. The
I don't
ducks.
get it. I don't even fucking get it.
I don't either.
We got the ducks. We got Bubba Army ducks now that our fucking fans.
See,
have.
that's cool, but I didn't know what the hell it was. And then they're insulted if you don't know what
But
it
here's
is.
the thing about the Jeep market too: is it's highly female.
Oh yeah.
So it's like you're getting a whole other female cross section.
Yeah,
Because what's bikes? 80-20 female, 70-30 female.
It's getting more and more.
So the other night we did it was like
Back in the day, it was like
Yeah.
fuck, you couldn't get a girl riding old panhead or nothing.
No. But now I feel like every bike, even most women I see riding, they don't even have Sportsters. They're all on soft tails.
But I'll tell you, the sexiest shit ever is when you see a hot bitch on a sport bike. With a little, with her little bubble ass hanging out there, and then you're like, I wonder what her fucking face looks like. She got the helmet on.
You never know, because that's a full.
Yeah,
face.
you already
gotta-
tell what the fuck that face
It
looks
could be
like.
scary.
Yeah, that can go one of two ways, real fast. Yeah, Paul, we're your kind of show. We just have you come in every once in a while, just fucking talk some shit with us.
Yeah, I'll do it. Yeah. I never been on here before, have I?
No, you've never been on my show.
Pretty cool studio, isn't it?
The studio's awesome.
Right?
You're saying that.
Yeah, not a lot of studios like this.
No.
Yeah, this is one of a kind. There's no other radio studio in the world looks like this.
What's that? Oh, cursing, yeah. We can't curse. No. This is real. This is real. This is legit here.
Yeah, we have a stage.
What's that in the back? Are those people guests that were here?
Hall of Famers.
Those are Hall of Famers.
How do you get in the Hall of Fame?
Donate a lot of money.
Those are his sponsors. Those are his sponsors.
Yeah,
that's cool.
I'll never get up there.
What the hell are you doing?
Strap yourself in. The emotional roller coaster is about to start.
We will give nothing back to the academic community, as well as provide no public service of any kind.
I promise you.
Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
And in the studio, I already feel like we're kind of friends already. You know how, Lummy, sometimes you get a guy in here and you're like, I don't know if I can dance with this guy or not.
Yeah.
But you dance with him because he's promoting something and some stuff like that. I got a feeling me and this dude could be hanging out. Like this guy's cut from the same cloth. Well, he's probably cut from a little bit more rugged cloth than I'm probably a softie compared to the generation he's born in.
I think he'd like going up to the track, up to your track in Ocala.
Oh yeah, Paul, in Ocala, I own a 3/8 high banked dirt track in Ocala.
Do you?
Yeah, Bubba Raceway Park, and that's not that far from where you're
No,
from. Where
no.
you're. So
No,
I'd
not at all.
love to have you up here. Anyway, Paul Tuttle Sr. In the studio, and Paul, of course, is most noted for Orange County Choppers. That started in 13, went clear to what, 21, Paul?
That started in 203.
Well, no. I'm talking about TV version though.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, 2000.
Oh, did the TV?
Yeah.
Oh, my
yeah,
bad.
99 we opened up
The
shop. And then Discovery came along in the later part of 202 because we did a 1-hour pilot, and then that got good ratings, and then they said let's try.
Now,
and
when
do
you
it.
were doing the pilot, Paul,
Yeah.
did you just have a couple of your Goombas just come by with some film and just tape you guys putting some stuff together and tack welding this and arguing about that and just kind of the dynamic that you guys had in the shop, and then put that all together and then shop it with CMT, and they're like, oh yeah, this might work.
Well, it was Discovery, but it was.
Discovery.
It was kind of like that. Excuse me, because
you were like, so the one good thing about watching Orange County Choppers is you could tell. Now, in some reality shows, you can tell that they're kind of not really that reality.
It's a setup.
Yeah, but with you, you might be one of the original OGs that really proved
Definitely.
that I'm just going to say whatever the hell I want to, and I don't give a crap who I pissed off.
I'll tell you what. give you a little story. We never signed up to be. I had a steel fabricating shop for 30 years, and always a bike guy. And then I said, maybe I'll open up a legit bike shop, but minimal because I just like doing it.
Just Vogue kind of stuff.
So I get a call, like I just opened a shop. I just did opened up a website, and I get a phone call, and they asked me if I want to do a 1-hour documentary on building a bike in Laconia. And I'm like scratching my head. So they're like saying, so that means that I'd be on TV. Well, what you say to yourself, that's the last thing you ever would think about in your mind, that you're going to be on TV. So you say to yourself, okay, I'm going to be in front of all these people. What am I going to do? Like, should I dye my hair? Should I lose weight? Change the way I talk and all that kind of crap. And then, I said, you know what, dude, I'm just going to be me, I'm just going to be me.
Just be hard-ass Paul, yelling and screaming and beating people up.
And listen, I think that was the success of the show.
That absolutely, your realness and your ability not to act, but to be yours. And I don't mean that disrespectfully.
No,
meaning
I get it.
like you're not acting. You're just throwing together bikes, yelling at everybody, getting mad as hell, throwing fits. That's what I think initially gravitated people, and then it became a life of itself. I mean, Orange County Choppers just took off, and next thing you know, now all the celebrities need a chopper from you. In fact, a good friend of mine, Tony Stewart, I think has 3 bikes from you.
Yeah, he's a good dude.
Every show, though, that has to do with building something really owes something to Paul, because part of it was the emotion and the drama, but part of it also was the build quality and watching Rick and the boys in the studio or in the shop with pieces of paper fabricating things. I mean, I'd never seen anyone do any of that kind of stuff, and now
I liked when
there's
Paul
so
would
many
walk in and
shows
tell
on
them
Discovery and Velocity and everything that's really basically copying your guys' template.
But I liked when Paul would walk in and say, "You guys are idiots. That design sucks." Like, are you kidding me? Can't put that thing together. You guys are idiots. Let me go out here and start welding some stuff up, right? I mean, that's how it goes sometimes, Paul.
I just was watching a little clip on Jason Poole, who worked for me. He was the designer. And I walked in there very not diplomatic at all. And I walked in and I said, Jason, I got to unveil this bike in South Dakota. Where is that?
I'm sorry, Sturgis.
Sturgis.
Yeah, Sturgis, which is the cooter, which is like the Super Bowl of all biking, right?
Certainly.
Yeah. So Jason's like one of these guys that are kind of cool. You maybe a little geeky, you would say. So I go in there and I say, dude, you want me to ride this bike out and unveil it in front of all these people in Sturgis? Look at it. I said, I'm not going to ride that. You need to do, and he's like standing there with his mouth up. I'm like, you're not really saying this to me, right? I said, you need to change this bike. I'm not riding anything like that. Poor guy, you know what I mean? Like, he's just trying to do his job, and I'm tearing his ass up.
Of course.
But you know what? Here's the thing about it, Paul. You got to think in your little head. Okay, I'm maybe cutting a promo on this guy, but damn, it's good TV. I mean, right?
Well, I don't think about that because it's just
that's why it was good TV.
Right,
it was natural.
Right.
So I say to him, I give him all the
crap,
right? And I walk out,
self-edit.
and he's like you can see him standing in the room back there, and he's just trying to figure out what happened. And he starts losing his mind, and he's like, "Oh, you want me to change this?
Yeah, let me cut this off."
And he starts escalating, And he walks out into the shop, where everybody's working on the bike there, and he rips the bike off the lift. It's the bike's got its motor in it and everything. He just rips it off, and he's like, "Okay, let's start another bike."
And so you literally had to start over.
Yeah.
What a lot of people don't realize, Paul in the studio today until the top of the hour. First of all, Paul owns or is a major owner in Orange County Choppers restaurant and God, what would you guys call that? A restaurant and a museum?
Yeah, a restaurant museum. Yeah,
and it is beautiful. It's over on 49th Street, right at 49th and 19. You cannot miss it. It's the Burt's Harley is one side of the road, or just the driveway, I should say. Yeah, that's not a road. That's a driveway. So Burt's Harley's on one side of the driveway, on the south side of the driveway, and then on the north side of the driveway, which I think, Paul, I think your guys' building's bigger than Burt's. And you have Orange County Choppers, and it's a restaurant, and it's a museum, and then it's a venue for like, I don't know, what's maybe 3,500, 4,000?
Well, the inside's probably.
I'm talking about the outside stage.
Outside's
unlimited if you went into the parking lot.
24,000 square feet out there. So
Yeah.
it's big.
And I saw Jackal out there and Jesse Dupree, and he's good friends with Bert, and it was just unbelievable. It's really a pretty good little venue to watch a show. I mean, there's not a bad seat in the house. You can get a high top, eat dinner out there, have a few beers, and then watch a good band or some line dance. There's always some hot chicks laying around there up in the cut. I'll tell you that.
I never noticed.
Anyway, Paul has, I think you guys got a big motorcycle convention going on. What's it, next Saturday and Sunday?
Well, it's Thursday, Friday. Yeah, it's the 16th through the 19th. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
The St. Pete Bike Fest.
Okay.
Down there.
St. Pete Bike Fest. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Saturday's the real big day. But they're there again Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Paul, will you be there all 4 days?
Yeah. And then I lead the ride. The ride's on Saturday, right?
Yeah, Saturday morning.
Yeah, we do a nice little ride.
I think up to the Sunshine Skyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I did that one time before.
I could not.
That bridge is high, man.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Hey, Paul, I'm going to give you a little hint.
Yeah.
Stay to the inside. Don't. I've been on a bike across that bridge, and if you suck on that left lane, if you suck on the very far left lane as close to the wall, yet that's about as good as it gets. You do not want to go on the outside wheelie. You'll start getting sick.
A little gust of wind.
Yeah, especially if you look over a little bit, you're like, oh, wow. It's 197 feet. It's 80-20 with regards to those that make it?
Correct.
Yeah. 80% die and 20% make it. And we get about, 4 or 5 a year?
About that.
Really?
They put that fence up there now, but that doesn't.
Yeah, they got some stupid fence. Like, I'm not going to bring a box cutter if I'm going to off myself. Please.
Sawzall, at least.
Just my fat assness would probably go right through the deal. Paul was listening to the show a little bit earlier when I don't know what the hell we were talking about, and Paul's like, "Man, I was kind of wanting to chime in on some of your stuff, so I'm actually gonna extend an invitation, Paul. Anytime you want to come in and just hang out, and because I think that we kind of are all wired the same way a little bit.
Yeah. No, I like crazy,
Well, that's
I do it good. I do crazy.
If you look to your right, we got a full-blown stage.
Yeah, I noticed that.
And then we used to have, it got cut off, but if you look up to the rafters, we used to have a stripper pole, and you can see where it's been cut off. Can you see it there above the stage there? Maybe you can point to it.
Yeah,
Show
above
Paul.
the.
There used to be a stripper pole, but we had to sawzall it off. Once, our society got so woke where we couldn't even bring strippers in here anymore.
That sucks.
Yeah, it sucks. It really does. So, Paul, when you started building bikes, didn't your dad build bikes?
No.
He was an iron worker.
No.
I got a bad information on you, Paul.
Yeah, that's okay.
Well, Paul was an iron worker.
I had a steel business for 30 years.
See our signs, like our Bubba Army signs. We had a steel worker, like doing stuff like fabrication like that.
I did like buildings and wrought iron railings.
Oh, things like that.
Stairs,
yeah, not stupid Bubba Army signs.
Yeah, come on now, right?
You can say that, Paul. Not dumbass, cheap Bubba Army sign. Get the hell out of here, buddy. I had big I-beams that were holding skyscrapers up.
But yeah, it was good. I enjoyed that.
Now, were you always a bike enthusiast though, and like always taking your bike apart or trying to customize it or chop it out, rake it out, or something like that?
Yeah, and having a steel business allowed you to do that,
right?
Especially back in the early '70s or later part of the '60s. People didn't have that stuff available, welders and grinders and cutters. So if you didn't have that stuff, it really made it difficult. So, for me, everything was right there. So if I wanted to cut up a frame, extend a frame, weld it, whatever it is that I wanted to do, cut fenders, I was able to do it. And, back in the later part of the 60s, I was involved in, I go back pretty far.
I think you were in the Vietnam War, were you?
I was Merchant Marines in 1968, and I delivered ammunition to Vietnam.
Oh, wow. Thank you for your service.
Yeah.
That's kind of scary, though, isn't it?
So,
Hold on, Paul. That can go south real fast, can it?
A boat full of munitions.
I mean, that can go south. When one goes off, Paul, you usually aren't around to see the last one, right?
No.
So how did you get the big news from Discovery after you did the initial pilot and, you did this thing where you kind of go off a little bit? And how did you find out that they were going to do the show for real?
Yeah, I've known people that have been real close to getting a TV deal, and then it's in a negotiations, and then all of a sudden just nothing happens. How did you actually wade through the process of getting a deal? Because a lot of people don't. Most deals just get shut down.
Listen, for me personally, when I seen that show, I said, this cannot be. They would never, ever do this to me for one, or put a show on, especially Discovery, who likes ants and bugs and elephants and
It
stuff.
really was at the time. You're right. That's true.
You know what I mean?
They were one of the only HD channels at the time, and they were just broadcasting anything they could in HD.
Yeah, and then along comes the Tuttles, the most dysfunctional family that you could possibly find out.
Times 3.
Yeah, so you watch the show, and I watch the show, and I say, I'm going to go get a bag and try and breathe because I can't.
I'm hyperventilating, and I just got off model glue, so I gotta.
So actually, what happened was I'm at my shop, and it's my steel shop, and my secretary says, "You're getting emails. You're getting
Fax.
Fax.
Back with facsimiles.
Yeah.
Back in the day, man. Old school.
Paul
I'm old
Tuttle,
school.
he rolls with faxes, my friend. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
He said, I ain't got no download, Willie. I got a fax right through the machine here.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So she keeps sending them down to me, and I'm thinking people hate me, because I'm just a crazy.
Because you're a prick.
Yeah, because whatever. And I'm reading these things, and they're like, man, dude, they're all loving me, the chicks are loving me, and you're a good-looking guy, and all this stuff. So there was 4 bike shows on that night, and they were pretty professional as far as I was concerned, And so it comes around the nighttime, and they said our show was the highest-rated show on cable TV.
What?
Cable TV.
How killer was
Paul,
that?
can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Paul, did
Yeah.
you have your deal cut before or after those stats came out? I'm just saying.
It was after, but listen, it was like an overnight. It was a phenomenon.
Oh, it did.
Overnight
I mean,
success.
it hit out of nowhere because you were so. And the reason why you hit out of nowhere, Paul, and it wasn't really a buildup. It was just a big hit, is because of you and the way you acted and just the way you rolled. It was very refreshing for for regular dudes that are wired like us to see, a kind of an unhinged steel worker, and you all remind us of our grouchy dad that can whip our ass.
Yeah.
It resonates with guys my age. Be like, because my dad's about your age, and my dad can whip some ass, and he doesn't put up with no crap, and that's the way.
We had a promo or two cut on us, didn't we, by a guy just like Paul?
Exactly.
Well, it was probably one of the first shows ever that anybody and everybody in the country in different generations can relate to him.
Right.
True.
Yeah.
My dad can relate to Paul being a prick. I can relate to Paul being a prick, and people younger than me can relate to Paul being a prick.
Right.
Yeah.
It's funny because
But he was just being himself, and that was
Right.
really, there's something amazing and genuine about it. And if it didn't come with good building, it would have never worked. But it was no content for HD at the time.
Right.
They really created an industry. I mean, I don't know that anyone really gives you guys the credit you deserve, because there just wasn't that kind of content now. And you can't turn on the television on a Saturday or Sunday afternoon and you don't see tons of build shows that are marginal compared to
One
your
of my
guys' show.
favorite techniques, Paul, is when you would be mad, but you'd try to bite your lip, and you would just be beside yourself, and then you'd just finally blurt it out, and then go back to your shop, then go back to your office, and leave them with the good news. But you'd sit there and hold it and be like, you could see you're struggling with it, and you almost you go back to your office, then maybe you come back again, and then finally your big mouth would just blurt it out, and it caused all kinds of havoc.
I can't help myself.
I've got a brother who's very similar to you.
Yeah, very much.
Stephen Tuttle. Right?
So let me ask you a question, Paul.
Yeah.
What was what was your very first? And this is probably a question that a lot of people ask, but what was your very first TV bike that you built? And is that worth something? I know you built bikes way before that. Like, again, you started in
Right.
99. You had 3-4 years of building bikes. So
Yeah.
you probably, a couple different red letter days is you probably know your first bike that you built just as, in 99, that bike. And then what was the first TV bike?
It was a Navy bike. We built it. We built
first TV bike.
Yeah, I still have it. It's at the shop.
It's at the- it's
at the
Now,
registry.
who was your customer on your very first Paul Tuttle Sr. Ironworks Willie? Like, not on TV, 1999, trying to make a living. What was that first bike?
They were old school bikes. I built bikes like from the 60s with the panhead motors.
Right,
and the shovel.
right.
I did that for some years, and then I created a style bike. I get with the 240 tire. I did a line of those, and
And would you have to build a jig for that and all? I mean, would it get that detailed where you'd build a jig for it and everything?
Yeah. We did. We had a lot of equipment and a lot of good people, so there was nothing we couldn't do in house. We could build anything, and I think that's how we. Those bikes were spaceships, man. And we got 5 weeks to build them. That's it, 5 weeks. You don't get 5 weeks in a day because the unveil for a $1 billion company is relying on you.
Right. You can't tell TV no. When they tell you, Paul Sr., bitch, we're going to roll this out on episode 5, you better have it done.
Yeah, and all that stuff. You're always underneath the timeline. Oh, we got to get this done. It's true.
That's
that
how they
shit
got
was
the
all
emotion
true.
is keeping you with deadlines.
It was all true.
As you were getting closer to deadlines, that's when you guys would have those emotions in time. Like, you're fighting about what's going to work and what's not going to work.
You didn't have a choice.
Yeah.
It's get it done. Get it done.
But we'd never seen anyone use CNC machines. And you guys had all of the killer machinery and the fabrication was amazing. And so I remember, the New York Yankee bike. And then didn't you guys have to redo that or something?
Yeah.
It got
later on
damaged.
down
How
the
did it
line.
get damaged?
It got sold, and somebody bought it, and somehow
Wrecked
they
it?
destroyed it, and it wound up back in the shop.
Right. And then you guys repainted it, got everyone to re-sign it again and everything. Pretty incredible.
Paul, I got a question for Paul.
Yeah.
I'm not going to tell him which one I endorse because I endorse one. There's only two big welders, Lincoln and Miller. Right, for the most part?
Yeah.
Are you a Lincoln or a Miller guy?
That's a tough question, man.
I said, hold on. And hold on. And all the TV and all the radio you've done, I guarantee you, I don't know that you've ever been asked that.
No, I haven't.
Right. And so, there's no right or wrong answer.
I got to say Miller because
yes, the big blue box that rocks, bitch. Yes.
we built a bike in the beginning for Miller. We built a bike and we had it set up where we towed a Miller welder behind it. It was really cool.
I had a guy named Andy who was my liaison at Miller, and I get like the plasma cutter. I get a new piece every year for my race team, and their products are unbelievable. I was hoping you were going to say Miller. And I want everybody to know, man. Me and Paul didn't have a conversation before for me to tell him like which to say. Like he genuinely. I'm assuming, Paul, you're genuinely a Miller guy.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
I call them the big blue box that rocks. God, they're good. They're good. Paul, are you good enough to? I know the expression. Can you weld nickels? Are you good enough?
No.
No.
I'm not a great welder, to be totally honest with you. I'm old school. When I had my steel shop, all we did was stick weld.
Right.
We didn't do no heliard.
No
We
heliard.
didn't do no TIG on. We just burnt rod all day long. And we would burn rod
like cavemen, right?
Yeah.
Straight,
Yeah.
just putting steel piece A to steel piece B, and we didn't care about the dimes.
100%.
And who was like with all the intricate bikes that you built? Who was the best welder that you'd ever had?
Rick. Yeah. Rick was the man. Definitely the man.
Who's the best on the ball peen? Because sometimes when you're really pounding out those fenders and you got them on the roller,
he was good at all that.
Rick
With
was the
English
man.
wheel, everything.
He was the man.
No doubt about it.
Yeah.
You give him a piece of paper, a piece of cardboard, and some metal.
There you go, bro.
You turn anything into the shape that you could only imagine.
Where's Rick at nowadays?
Still doing it.
Rick works at a Harley Davidson dealership in PA. I just was at his shop just recently. We stay in touch. I even had him do some work on one of my bikes recently. So he's pretty much. I stay in touch with Christian. Nick. Occasionally, I see those guys, but not everybody. You know what I mean? Everybody's kind of off doing it. Jason, I still.
And now
stay in
you're
touch
doing.
with.
You're like, I don't got to build bikes. I got restaurants, buddy.
You guys got a merch store in there too, as well.
Oh, they got
all
an
the swag.
unbelievable merch store
I'm
there.
sure.
Listen, you walk in the place, man, and it looks like something from L.A. It looks like something from Hollywood. It is like so. I mean, it's just it's so spacious, and it's got so many good visual, like museum, like stuff to look at. And then the food. Let's not forget the food.
Yeah,
the food's great. The service is great. Plenty of room. You can watch a venue there.
Yeah.
There's, I think every night of the week you guys got like from a Jeep show to a bike show.
Line dancing.
Yeah, cornhole night,
Yeah,
karaoke,
oh,
everything.
But if you look at the walls, all that memorabilia, like I collected my memorabilia for 20 years from the first piece that I got. So if you look at, those are like 16-foot walls. Every wall in the whole restaurant all the way around is just pictures or tanks or stuff that people would build you, stuff that they would give you be like phenomenal, and it would just keep coming in and coming in. And then we had like 75 licensees. We had doorknobs, we had Christmas bulbs, car mats, jackets.
Oh, I had a Christmas where my mom gave me tons of OCC stuff for sure. Yeah. I don't know how my mom even knew where to find it because she's not very techie. And I don't know, but one year I had OCC, skull cap. I had all kinds of cool stuff. Yeah, man, it's good. It's good stuff. It was great quality. It lasted forever.
You know who Paul would absolutely love, Lummy?
Who?
My dad.
Oh, yeah.
No doubt.
Oh, now see, Paul. Here's my up on the screen here. You can see. Here's my dad. Right here, he restores 32 Fords.
No way, bro.
Yes,
just them.
My dad restores 30. I wish I could get. Lummy, can you get me some more pictures?
Yeah, see if I can get them.
My dad, Paul. My dad does think like when my dad works on his 32 Ford, and like if there's a imperfection like on the fender, my dad still fluxes lead in. Like he'll flux.
Oh, does he?
He'll flux lead in.
That's old school.
And then he'll hand file it.
Yeah, you don't see that no more.
Yeah, let me see. I think this is a. I'm just trying to get a better. He has 4 1932 Ford. He only does 32 Fords.
That's the best year.
And the reason why it's the best year, it's the first year of the Flathead.
Yeah.
And my dad became friends with Bud Meyer, whose family owned the Eddie Meyer Speed Shop in Hollywood, California. And they're one of the very first speed shops that really kind of started doing like dual, like 2 carbureted intakes and hemispheric heads, all for 32. So all the 32 guys back in the days would go down to Eddie Meyer Speed Shop and get, like a triple Strombo intake and all that kind of deal. So you and my dad would just. Let me. Can you try to find me a picture? Are you working on some pictures?
I was trying to pull up your video that you did when you.
How old's your dad?
My dad is 75.
So he's my age.
Yeah. Oh, you guys would be out in the
You're
shop.
not 75.
Yeah, I'll be 75.
You're looking amazing.
Man,
you look incredible.
He says he still can curl about 210. That's what he
You
said.
can curl me for sure.
Lummy, what are you
I
trying
sent you the video of when you went out to Reno. The end of the video, you have like a picture of a shop and his car and
All right,
everything.
hold on here. So I the one thing though is I get really nervous, Paul, when my dad lets me drive his car. This is a 32 Ford Phaeton right here. And he kind of made it. He didn't really finish. He kind of flat blacked it and kind of just made it like his daily driver.
Yeah.
But this is a little bit of my dad's car collection here. Hold on. Let me. What's a heater, isn't it? Right.
And then at the end, about 15 minutes in.
There's my dad.
Make sure you didn't get stuck.
This probably reminds me. Our dynamic probably really might remind me of your dynamic too, Paul. Wait till you see my dad and I. Hold on here.
Remember? You and I are going to go round and round.
Foreshadowing.
Yeah. I'm like, you and I are going to go round and round, Pops.
To get you in a switch this weekend. Call.
You'll have to see the view at the top of our hill, too.
Oh, I can't wait.
All right, hold on. Let me see here.
About 16 minutes in.
What's that? What's that?
It's about 16 minutes when you go back to the shop after the ride.
When we get back to the shop?
Yeah.
All right, hold on here. I'm going to show Paul my dad's shop because he
Oh, there you go.
my dad restores antique gas pumps too, Paul.
Oh, that's cool.
And like the gravity.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, see, Paul, this is all
Those are
right
real
down your
ones.
alley.
We need one of those at the shop.
You do. Hold on. So that 32 Ford there, Paul, it's called a B400 convertible sedan, and they only made 823 original of them, and there's only like 18 left. And my dad restored all of that. Like my dad, put like, I don't know, maybe 14 or 15 coats of lacquer on that car. And don't think that my fat ass wasn't out there water sanding between every coat. When I was growing up is when he was making this car, and oh my God, water sand. And I know you know, Paul, about water sand, and that's the way that's really the only way you can get a good finish is if you water sand in between coats.
Yeah.
Here we go. So this is he collects signs and
It's awesome.
Coca-Cola stuff.
I love it. I love it.
Oh, you
I do the same thing. You know what I mean? Like I got everything.
You got all this stuff. And then let me see. This is that's his B400, and then that's me and my dad right there. I think I can kick us. I think I can take him.
Your dad looks younger than you do.
Hey, easy, Paul. Hey, Paul, easy on that. Easy on that, Paul.
Just kidding.
I'll tell you though, Paul.
He's a big guy.
He's still a big dude. Like I grabbed a hold of him a few times, and he's still got big legs and big arms because he works in the shop all day. So he's hand lapping valves and doing all that kind of stuff.
I never noticed. Look at his legs compared to yours. His are bigger than yours.
I know
his calves are bigger than yours,
he's a
Bubba.
big
You got
boy.
enormous legs.
He's a big dude. He whipped he whipped my ass growing up.
There it is.
Man, I was hoping my mom would whip my ass and my pops wouldn't. I'm just telling you. Getting and Paul, that's the generation that we grew up in. Is your dad would whip your ass. I mean,
No.
There was no timeouts or let me take
Go to your room, face the wall.
Yeah, there was none of that. There was here's what would happen. And your dad would light your ass up 2 or 3 times. Then you'd go and cry like a little bitch for like 5 minutes. And then you'd come back and your dad would tell you, son, I had to kick your ass and he'd teach you like a life lesson kind of deal. Yeah. And then you'd get back to working. Right? That's kind of how it went.
No, it was, yeah. And if he hit you for nothing, he would say, well.
You're like, you deserved it.
Yeah, or we'll make it up. I'll make it up for you.
I'll make it up for you.
Make it up to you.
Dad, you hit me for not. Well, there was never really any of that disclosure. You never had. Yeah, you never would say, Dad, you hit me for nothing, because that would get you another hit for bringing up the hit for nothing. So you just kept your mouth shut. That's what you learned. Paul, I want to really thank you for coming in today, and obviously we also have another week for your event, so we will promote your event all next week as well. And let me maybe next week we'll roll out there.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I could borrow Lasker's hog.
Oh, there you go.
I could probably get a hold. See, I used to be the spokesperson for Jim's Harley, and Jim's Harley sold to Bert. And Bert bought Jim's Harley and turned it into Bert Barracuda, whatever the hell it is.
Right.
So I could get a hold of Bert and say, Bert, I got my motorcycle endorsements. I grew up I learned how to ride a motorcycle on my dad's 79 Goldwing. That's what I learned on.
Well, you've done a lot of rallies, bikes for badges.
Yes.
You've done lots of those over the year for police officers.
And maybe I can attend Paul's bike fest with him. Paul, can I ride kind of close to you? Can I be within the first 13 rows of you so I can feel important?
Listen. When we go over that bridge, you can hang on the way out.
Oh, you're gonna let me be on that?
You can cut that wind for me, okay?
You get me on the far right, kid. Is that what you get me?
You're his blocker.
Next Thursday, Paul said you can be front when we go over the bridge. Other than that, I'm going to be up there. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, it's a big bike fest. You can go to stpetebikefest.com. It's at 10575 49th Street. It's the old 49er flea market that now is an absolute Harley mega center with Paul's restaurant right across the driveway. All of Paul's social media, you can go to orangecountychoppers.com, Orange County Choppers on Instagram and Facebook, Paul Tuttle Sr. on Facebook and Instagram. Paul, why don't you have your own YouTube channel?
You're so funny, dude. You're so because I wanted.
Don't get mad. Are you mad at me?
No,
I
no,
wasn't trying to make you mad.
I think that's like crazy that you said that, because just in the last week or so, I know a lot of people that do YouTube, and I just never really. But I said, you know what,
Paul, you're losing.
I need to do that. I need to do
You're
that.
missing out on it, buddy.
I have a 1:00 appointment with a guru.
Yeah, right.
Today, and I'm going to make that happen.
They could just
I'm gonna
roll
make that
around
happen.
with you a couple times a week on whatever you're getting yourself into.
I have so much content.
Old repurposed content.
Yeah.
That's the thing. And
I
he
have
has both.
so
he does
much
both.
content.
Yeah, Paul.
He does old and new, and people love the
Paul,
old.
get off your old lazy
No, I'm
ass
doing
and
it,
get that
bro.
going, buddy.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
Because
I'm
you know what
gonna get
people
back
are
on
doing?
here and talk about
you know what
next
people
time.
are doing?
Okay.
People are going and using some of your old stuff.
Right.
Kind of like, giving their comments and pontificating and, man, look at Paul. Paul's really losing it and stuff like that. And people are repurposing some of your old stuff and doing quite well with it.
Yeah.
So that needs to be you doing that.
But people my
100%.
age are starting to cut the cable too, because I'm sick of watching war. I'm sick of watching,
Right.
political pontification, and so I spend probably 70% of my television viewing on YouTube. I pay for a premium subscription so I don't have to have any crappy commercials, and his stuff would come up, and I'd probably end up watching it.
If I saw Paul Tuttle at home,
Right.
Or Paul Tuttle, mowing the
whatever it
lawn,
is.
or Paul Tuttle
Behind
cuts a
the
promo
scenes.
at the guy who's French frying at the restaurant. I would just, you got, Paul, you have the distinct honor of having a brand. Don't let people nip off your brand without you doing it yourself.
No, it's
I'm gonna
so
call you
cool that
names
said that.
and I'm gonna call you an old lazy son of a bitch.
No, I'm not lazy.
Lazy's the last thing.
But I know it. I'm completely opposite of. He hates being called that, so I'm gonna call that until he gets his channel going. Because he needs to get it going, Paul. You don't understand,
I'm
buddy.
meeting at one, Bubba. How much more can you bust his balls?
I'm just saying.
okay.
I'm gonna bust his balls because I love him. I want him. I want Paul to benefit from all of his Paulness. If that makes sense.
we have a farm, so we got a couple horses, 5 cows, 4 pigs, 3 dogs, and that's like a show by itself.
Yeah.
Just me and my wife.
You got a huge brand, Paul, and people would gravitate to it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I really am.
And it's
I have
easy.
a lot to offer. I think people want to know, like, how to begin. What are you doing today?
Paul,
some
can
of
I
the
tell you
cool
what? Can I
stuff
tell
on
you?
Behind the
show.
scenes stuff people think is so cool.
But Paul, can I tell you another
So much.
big franchise within your new YouTube franchise? When you train. Like just you going to the gym, because you still got pretty jacked up arms. You still, just your routine and what you're doing.
Absolutely right. You look at that video of RFK Jr. barely able to do 10 push-ups, but he gets up and he looks all jacked up.
Yeah.
That thing got so many millions of views.
Yeah.
His would be like,
I want to see
boom,
Paul.
millions
I want to see
instantly.
Paul with 45 dumbbells,
Right.
doing on the bench flies.
Exactly.
I want to see all that. Then get mad at the person spotting them and telling them to get the hell out of there. You did it wrong, bitch.
And then guys like me be like, I wish I could do 45 still.
You spotted me
stuck at
wrong. Get
30s.
the hell out of here. Get those 30s out of here, puss boy.
Hey, just so you know, the reason he doesn't have a YouTube yet is he was waiting to come on here so we can come back and talk about the YouTube.
Paul,
Yes.
bitch,
Yeah.
I'm
Come on
telling
back.
you. One, you're invited anytime you want to come in. We talk about politics. We talk about, like this next thing I'm going to talk about, Nashville school shooter. At the manifesto, he was a trans, and he vowed to kill privileged white kids at the school,
Which is a hate crime.
Which I got,
by the way, that they never mentioned.
Which here's what I don't understand. Boy, it's real cool to mention trans when somebody's transing, but when a trans person does a bad thing, then all of a sudden there's no more transing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You can't have the best world. You're either transing or you're not transing, and there's good trans and there's bad trans. This one happens to be a bad one, but we need to bring it up nonetheless, right?
Yep.
I mean, we just can't scuffle that off and give people that are transitioning a pass. People that are transitioning, and then maybe after they've transitioned, they're like, oh my God, what did I just do? I just cut off my wiener, and now I'm a girl. I
just cut off my wiener, and I'm still a boy.
You want to make Paul? You want to see Paul flip out? Cut off his wiener and let him tell him he's a girl when he wakes up. So Paul, listen, open invitation anytime you'd like to come in.
I'm going to do it, man. I'm going to get a couple things together, so I have something to offer, and I'll come back on. And,
when you got your
listen,
YouTube channel.
if anything, this is fun. You know what? Listen, I get boring interviews. Like I want to just cut my throat with a butter knife. You know what I mean?
Some guy saying, "Well, Paul, tell me the time you got mad at Junior." You know, just
it's
stupid
like,
stuff.
Shut up. You
Right.
know?
Stuff that's already been
Yeah.
seen on TV, right? You know,
Well,
like
it's just I don't really like doing these things that much.
No.
Unless there's an environment like this, then I'd stay on here all
you
day.
think you're at
because I just
and
never
Paul,
run out of shit.
we got liquor and beer, and I mean, we got food,
Full
we
bar,
got everything. I mean,
stage, Hall of Fame.
You don't want me with liquor.
well, we got food, liquor, beer, whatever you need, Paul.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you, this is like a nightclub of radio,
I
and
see that,
and
yeah.
we would
Yeah,
love to
studio's
have.
great.
So listen, let's have you back. I'll tell you what, let's have you call the show maybe Wednesday of next week just to remind about Bike Fest. Okay. We'll do like a little caller and a little phone in, and then after Bike Fest, let's have you back in after you've kind of maybe refined your YouTube channel a little bit,
Yeah.
and then anytime thereafter. I mean, right?
I'm going to bring in a Paul Senior bobblehead doll too.
Nice.
I'd like to have one of those.
You can put it up there and let it just tap the head every once in a while.
Bubba, also, I just want to bring up real quick for Bike Week. We partnered up with a company called Demons Behind.
Yes,
Behind
right here,
It.
brother.
And we got the shirts on now, and we're doing a co-branding with them, and they're going to be there all 4 days.
Demons behind me.
Demons
Just
behind
for
me.
those who didn't hear your Italian clear voice.
Demonsbehindme.com. It's a pretty good brand. It's a good fit for everybody in the room, because there's no particular demon. One of the reasons we partnered up with them is the two owners, Jim and Chris. One started it because his sister passed away at age of 29, an overdose, and the other guy had some legal troubles. So whether it's an abusive parent or alcohol abuse in yourself or something, we all have some.
Or legal problems. We've all had those too
Yeah.
now. Let's throw that part in there.
So
Very
the Demons
important.
Behind Me mantra pretty much is any demon. There's not in particular. They're not tied to alcohol abuse or drug abuse.
Yeah.
Or
Is that what the saying on the back of his shirt was?
Yeah.
It's one of those shirts? Because
Yeah.
I was reading that when he was getting on stage.
Yeah.
Really impactful.
Yes, it really is. It really is. I almost forgot to bring that up.
Yeah, the back of your shirt.
Did.
Read what the back of his shirt says.
You want me to read
No,
it?
his.
I'm a badass. I'm a badass.
I'm a
badass.
Same one?
Biceps.
Okay, yeah.
I'm a badass with big biceps.
Oh, it says that. That's just it says it from the front.
Oh.
Hold on. There we go. It says warrior, and then it's like a
Definition.
definition. It says a brave or experienced fighter. Get up, put your armor on, and keep fighting.
Yep.
And that's Paul, man. I mean,
Yeah.
that's
love
you.
it.
Yeah. Well, the
That's-
nice thing about that is it can resonate with anybody.
Sure.
Now you don't have to be an alcoholic or a drug abuser or somebody that was abused by a parent or a loved one or,
It can
loved
just
one.
be the way you roll.
That's it. And
Right.
the demon gets thrown behind
Again,
you and it's gone.
Demonsbehindme.com. That's the
love it.
apparel store that Paul is working with. And don't forget stpetebikefest.com. It starts next Thursday and ends on Sunday. It's at Birdsboro Barracuda, also OCC. And Paul will be there for his big ride on Saturday.
Which you can register and get in.
You can register to get in by going to stpetebikefest.com.
Bubba, you don't have to register. You can just come on
I'm
a
calling.
bike.
Well, I'm calling Bird up first, okay?
Yeah,
So I'm going to
Bird's
say,
the man.
yeah, here's how I'm going to work it, okay? Bird
Needs
can't
a
say no to this.
motorcycle
I'm going to say, hello, Bert, Bubba. Hey, Bubba, remember when I was on that bus with Jesse Dupree from Jacko and he said if I needed anything to give you a call? Yeah. Well, I kind of need something. What do you need? Well, I just had Paul, Paul Tuttle, that guy. Oh, yeah, Paul. Yeah, I had him on my show this week. We're promoting the Bike Fest and stuff, and he said he wanted me to ride with him on the deal. But I don't have a Harley, so can I get one of those demos that, for at least the ride? I got my bike endorsement and insurance and a couple $100 in my pocket. So can I come over there? Paul said for me. Paul specifically told me to ask for you.
He's going to say, "Okay, give me the couple $100."
Right, exactly. Hey, Paul, great seeing you, my friend.
Yeah,
I got a
thank
feeling we're gonna see more of each other. And let's not forget St. Pete Bike Fest, stpetebikefest.com to register for Paul's ride. It's the Sunshine Charity Ride with Paul. That starts at 9 o'clock on Saturday. I'm going to try to be there. And again, you can get information on stpetebikefest.com.
Uncensored.
Yes, a lot.
Unflappable.
I drink dirty bananas and lay by the pool.
And uneducated.
Unhealthily. Is that a word? Unhealthily?
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show returns after these words.
They gave gave me a free Harley every year.
Did they?
Until Jim died.
Oh.
And then his wife took over.
Bird would hook you up, though.
Oh, of
That's a
course,
great guy,
yeah.
man.
No, you gotta come. You gotta ride out.
Yeah, I want to.
We need a buffer for the bridge.
We do a thing called
Definitely need a blocker.
My charity is called Bubba's Bikes for Badges, and what we do is we do rides when a police officer has gotten killed in the line of duty.
Yeah.
Then we give the check directly to his wife. You know, so it takes about.
No, this is we do a lot. That's what it's all about.
Yeah,
bro.
sure.
You know, we do a lot.
Hey, Lummy or Jay, will you give me a picture of Paul?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And Guido, get in here, Guido.
Go get it.
Here, get in the middle here.
Where are we
Right
at?
there. Guido, get in here.
Who's in the middle? Me?
You.
Yeah, you're the man, boss.
There's a weird light behind you guys.
Is there?
One
Yeah, turn over here.
Okay,
Right there. Come on, just 'cause it's
On the
that-
wall,
that
on the
light's
wall
right
of
behind
fame.
Yeah, get in the wall of
you.
fame.
That's definitely better. All right, guys. Perfect. One last way for your Instagram. Perfect.
Perfect.
Thank you. It was a pleasure meeting
Yeah,
you.
that was good. It was good. I like
You too,
I like the
100%.
environment. You know,
Yeah, it's fun here.
I
It's
appreciate
a
it.
cool
here.
studio. I think it's
Hi, thank you.
You're a nice
Pleasure meeting
meeting.
you.
And Paul, man, you know, like if you ever got like a day you want to come in and just play fucking radio,
Yeah.
we don't even have to talk about. We just talk about shit that
Yeah,
you would
fun
have,
stuff.
that you would have an opinion on. You know, just
Oh, then he'd have to
Give me
get
some
his own
content
show.
for, give me some content for
You
your
have to give him
YouTube
his own
channel.
show.
That would repurpose it.
Paul wants his own
Titles
show.
on Bubba.
Yeah, see that
That would
would
be a great
then
segment. I would do that.
Then I would give you that content to put up on your YouTube
Yeah,
channel when you're on the air.
that would be great.
Yeah.
That would be
Absolutely.
great.
Hey, safe travels, man.
Yeah, man.
Take it
Pleasure,
easy,
brother.
guys.
Thank you so much.
Nice meeting you.
Thank you.
See you guys.
Appreciate you guys.
Oh, that was great.
That's fun.
Milwaukee out.
I need fun. You need fun. Man.
Next time, bring the goat. Can we bring the goats in?
Yeah, they got goats out back.
So.
Oh, do you?
About half a mile from here.
I think it's very cool. I used to be like, there was not much else on when my kids were being born. So I watched like every one of those episodes. Pretty much, you get an HD TV back then, and there was like Discovery that had some HD programming, and there was like maybe 3 or 4 stations. Broadcast television wasn't even in HD yet. So, yeah, the family dynamic was crazy.
I always forget that there's an Orange County in Florida.
I know. I always thought like, why is this in California?
Because I'm always like, OC.
Well, no, that Orange County's in New York. That's the original show's in New York. He just moved down here. So his OCC, the original show's all in New York.
Yeah, I know, but when I just think Orange County, I always think like.
You think here, and I always think
No,
for
I
some
always
reason,
think
I think
Cali-
California.
No,
That's-
I
yeah,
think
I do
California.
too. I think
Yeah.
of OC's, you know, the show. What was that called?
The OC.
The OC. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to watch that. I loved that show.
My brother and you would have a field day. Steven watched every reality show ever. So
I didn't watch everyone,
no,
and that wasn't a reality show. That was a series.
it was a reality show series.
No.
The OC.
The OC was like a
With
drama.
Brody Jenner and all that.
No,
Oh.
no.
Okay.
The OC was like a drama.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking of the
You're
MTV
thinking the
one.
Hills.
The Hills.
Or like
I'm thinking of the Hills.
Laguna
I'm thinking of the
Beach.
Hills. Yeah, all
Laguna
that crap.
Beach. Yeah, Laguna Beach was. But no, the OC was, oh God, what was that fucking actress's name? Not Marissa Tomei. What the fuck? Her name was Marissa in the show.
Okay.
Marissa.
I'm happy to say I have no
What's her
idea about any
name?
of it.
This bitch. Misha Barton.
Oh, she's beautiful too.
Yeah. It was such a stupid show. But I was like
You're
16
into it?
and loved it. Yeah, and it was the OC. With fuck. Who the fuck was the cast? Seth.
I agree.
Oh, Adam
Big
Brody,
Red.
Rachel Bilson, Ben McKenzie, Peter Gallagher. This motherfucker had such a strike. He was so striking, just as a human being.
Yeah, he's a
You
handsome
seen him?
older man. Yeah, I know exactly.
Yeah.
He's a good actor.
Yeah, he was great. Peter Gallagher.
Okay.
was
Big Kev.
Cohen.
Westchester
Stevie
County.
Clay,
It was
Sandy
cold half the year
Cohen.
up there. For sure. I remember seeing them try to test and drive bikes when it was kind of shitty and snowy outside.
Olivia Wilde, wasn't it?
Yeah, you were a big OCC mark on Discovery?
I was just telling Anna, it's like when HD TVs first came out and you get a 1080p television and broadcast television wasn't even on HD yet. And so Discovery was one of the few channels that you could actually get HD content. And so,
Yeah.
I mean, and I also had a young child, so I probably watched every one of those episodes.
And that was kind of like you were saying, one of those reality shows that was different than the rest of the ones that were on there.
It was real. A lot of that shit was real. You know, that would be like, I don't want a camera necessarily around my brothers and I having arguments like that.
Exactly.
You know, so there is a lot of like similarity between him and my brother. You know, they will just let it fly, which is fine. I mean,
He's British.
Fine.
But that's not usually.
Not the way most people communicate with each other.
Well, when that show came out too, I was hanging out with my uncle and they were bikers, so they loved that show.
Oh, did they?
So I'd be like, you know.
Well, it was interesting because they got a bike.
Let me-
they got my
let me
mom.
hit it.
My mom loved it.
What he said?
He said hit it because it sounds like he's out there with them.
Do you even have to hit it?
20
I
seconds.
thought you just
buddy.
said next year. I thought it just comes back.
And it just supposed to come back.
I thought so.
Yeah, I think you're good, mommy.
Yeah, 10-second placeholder.
Yeah, you're good. It'll come back.
Yeah.
You have to press it to go out though.
Yeah. You just hit
The following presentation has been closed captioned.
Great visual. I may try that.
Welcome to the revolution. It's a remarkable achievement. His perception becomes your reality.
Check this out.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
Now, if I can make this a little self-serving, I'm gonna. I just walked Paul and his buddy, his handler Guido.
Dick. His name's Dick.
Well, his name's Guido to me now.
Okay,
it's his
sorry.
new name, Guido.
All right, Guido.
Long Island Guido. So I just walked him out to their car, and Paul like 3 different times. You know, the great Paul Tuttle Sr., who's been, on reality television for well over a decade, made a lot of money.
2 decades.
And people know who he is.
Made a lot of money and knows a lot about media and has done, the hundreds of radio shows. Hundreds. And he's like, dude, your show is by far the best show I have ever done.
That's awesome.
I would love to come back, not even to promote my stuff, just to talk about what you guys talk about. How is that? How is a guy that has done 100+ radio shows? How does he say that to me? And I can't get a big radio station in Tampa to give me a chance.
That's an endorsement right there.
Like, do you know what I'm saying?
Bud Light gets a second chance, but you don't.
Yeah, you're. Wow. That might. Can I use that one?
Of course, everything is yours.
Oh my! You're right. Bud Light gets a second chance, but I don't. And I'm as good as Bud Light used to be.
Man, let me tell you something too. How many interviews he's given that you asked him a question that he's never been asked? That's unreal.
Miller or
Unreal.
Lincoln.
Yeah.
I need that air check immediately.
Well, Alex G 75 on the Venmo.
There
Thank
you go.
Let me check. I don't even know where my phone. Oh, here's my phone. I got to check, see if a guy.
He's an interesting guy too. He makes for a good interview. That was a great interview, Bubba.
Oh, and he told me to get a hold of Bert, and that he would get me a bike, Lummy, and I'm gonna ride that ride next week.
Nice.
And then go from there over here to Stogies and Cycles. So, because the ride's at 10, so we'll be done probably by 1 or 2, and we're not leaving for Stogies and Cycles until 4. So I think with Rob Elder's Sprinter.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
And a driver.
And a driver. Lummy, it's going to be kind of a quick turnaround. We're doing Bubba Sassoon today, okay?
Yes.
Where we do your beard.
Yep.
On the after show. That'll start exactly at 10:20 on all of our places. Rumble, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Bubba Army Radio. Jay, we appreciate you, bud.
Don't be mad we're going out of town.
That's okay, bud. I expect that. We'll be back in about 20 minutes.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge.
Co-host and show historian Lummox.
Co-host Anna Hummel.
Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Brett, the Filthy Ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
And for everything else, go to thebubbaarmy.com.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello. I'm back.